Can someone stop that mic? When we talk about the life, what is life? Because we have a life. Every human being has a life. We have a story. We have a, good story, bad story. We have a projection. I have lived this far. I have come this far. This has happened to me. And there's now also. It's happening now. And we have a projection for the future. How did this happen? It's mainly about understanding, all about living, actually. Because all about living is all about consciousness, all about how this world is formulated. So the 8 billion people have different worlds. You will agree with that. If you have a different opinion, I don't think so, because everyone's worlds are different. Even if it is very same looking twins, doesn't necessarily mean anything, even though they look similar outside. They have different worlds. So different worlds, different outcome, different vibration. So understanding this world or the system is actually truth. It's very easy if you look at it in an easy way. It can be complicated if you actually look at it in a complicated way. We welcome everyone to look at it in different ways that you like, because the questions arise from the way you look at it. If there are so many aspects of living, they will have different questions about living. But if someone is actually living very simple, they don't have much question, but they know there is suffering. And the answer would be very clear too. So it depends on your vibration, how you're going to take this truth. It depends on how you look at your world. If you are an open-minded person, we welcome you all. I think everyone out there is open-minded. There's only few narrow-minded people. Most of them are open-minded. Not everyone would be spiritually oriented. You don't have to be, because this is about truth. Because truth has nothing to do with the actual different spirituality or actually different religions. The religions always have a bias. It has a bias towards a lot of aspects. It all depends on what you know. It all depends on the data that you have been having in your lifetime, what we call lifetime. So this is different to a religion. How it is different to a religion? It is different because we are actually talking about the truth, what is happening here. If you want it from scientific aspect, we can call it a scientific aspect. If you want it in a spiritual aspect, we can let you know in a spiritual aspect. It doesn't matter. what way you want to. If you want it in a simple way, we can put it in a simple way. It's really interesting how the world is going to understand it. But some of you is definitely going to get this. And how we know? Because we have really got this very randomly from kind of YouTube, internet. We just randomly listen to some sermons in Sinhala language. That's how we randomly heard this truth. Very random thing. Same, you might hear this by chance. You might hear this in a very difficult time of yours. Or you might hear this when you're trying to search about spirituality, or when you're trying to search about yourself. Because some actually like to search about yourself. Some actually like to do this research about me, mine, myself. There are different types of people out there. So every open-minded person who is having an inquisitive mind about the truth, is there a truth out there? I mean, that was a real good topic. Is there a truth? Or is it all just, notions, concepts, or thoughts? But we say there is a truth. But is there an actual thing here to understand? We are actually trying to understand what is right vision. But right vision in anyone's mind can be different. What we are trying to talk about here is the origination of mind. This beautiful human mind, we are trying to understand our mind through our mind. Don't you think it's good to know about yourself? It's so beautiful to know about yourself. If you don't know about yourself, why should you know about others? If you don't know about yourself, if you don't know about your system, if you don't know what is happening at this moment, I don't think it's a good way of living. If you grow up as you don't know anything, and if you're dying as someone who is not knowing, I don't think that's interesting, is it? It's not. So, what is it? If you really want to know what this is, we invite all of you to keep listening. We invite you to tune into us at some point and try and understand, because there would be several like kind of different people who would talk here. Aranwanse himself might talk. Different followers of him will talk. But it's the same thing. One message. How is this system working? How do you feel alive? How is consciousness happening? How is this mind formed? What is actually happening here? That is the truth we are talking about. So, there is a lot. As the beginning hour today, I will not go into very deep points. I'll try to highlight roughly the main points. We would be talking about how this mind is formed. That's the main kind of understanding we are going to do. But it entails how this consciousness is happening too, because that's the main pillar of understanding how we feel alive. And when we try to talk about that, we have to touch all the sensory organs of the human. What are the sensory organs of the human? Well, you all know that. We have eyes, we have ears, we have nose, mouth, skin, and also with the help of these sensory organs, there's a sensory function which will arise, what we call as mind. Mind, it's not actually like an actual organ where it is situated in the anywhere. It is actually like a vibration. And when we keep explaining, you will understand even the consciousness is a final output of a kind of a vibration. So when we keep understanding about these sensory functions, how they work, there are so many aspects that we have to touch. There would be so many different words we will use. I invite all of you, don't panic. Don't panic, because we would be using different words to try and explain this. Lord Buddha's time, there was different terminology used, and most of them are in Pali language now. We try to limit that, but there are some countries where they actually still use this Pali terminology. A lot of countries have Lord Buddha's some sermons in English in the book, and there will be people who just research about truth, not wanting to just think about any particular religion. Even Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha actually didn't bring up a religion. He was trying to tell the truth to everyone, which he himself understood. He felt it, and he told it to everyone so that they can feel it too. So he invited everyone to feel it. So here the Aranwansa is doing the same thing. He's inviting everyone to feel the utmost happiness, the tranquility, the super awareness. It's an experience. He's inviting all of you to feel it. It's not a lot we ask for. We just ask for, just try it. There's nothing to lose. You will get an idea about the world. You will get an idea about how the world is formed. So-called world is formed, not the actual world. What you are trying to say is your world, your dream, your film, your manifestation, whatever the word you use, that thing. So when you keep understanding this, we also understand, well, Lord Buddha specifically said, there's no me, mine, or myself. So what happened to the sufferer? Because if there is someone, there is suffering because there is someone to suffer. But here, Lord Buddha is proving to yourself, not just telling, proving to yourself that there is no actual self. So that would be the journey from today onwards. It would be there 24/7, 365 days, just for you, just for maybe future, to try and feel this. Anyone out there who is looking for freedom, who is looking for happiness, who is looking for cessation of suffering, it doesn't matter who, whoever can get it. So that's an open invitation to everyone. So we would have several people who would be talking in different aspects. Everyone would be touching the same kind of topic, but in different ways. Their perspective kind of things, but it would be revolving around what Aryanamse is trying to give to the world: supreme happiness or supreme tranquility. This is never a negative thing. Of course, suffering is negative, but this is about cessation of suffering. That has to be highlighted, because if you think the truth is very ugly, no, that's not the that's not the way. Truth is so beautiful. Truth is very soothing. Truth is calming. Truth gives you so much tranquility, so you can feel the truth yourself. So what is the basic truth? There's no self. Then what do we feel? There's a question. If there's no self, what do you feel? Well, that's a question to discuss, isn't it? Well, if you are saying that there's no self, then what do you feel? We feel so much things here. Yeah, that is the truth. That is what we are trying to get into. What do you feel? That question will be answered in each and every sermon, each and every discussion, each and every possible way. So, in a nutshell, I would try to say, there's no self. What we feel is the actual stimulus or actual thought, because it's only one thought which happens at one particular moment. It can be a fraction of seconds. You can't really differentiate them, because mind works so fast. If you research about it, it works very fast, mind. So the thoughts come very fast. We can't even understand that it's It's very fast. So, but one particular moment, it's only one thought. But every thought, because of our ignorance, because we didn't know that about the truth, we felt it as something. We felt it as something. That's the reason that we feel alive. So that's the message. That's the kind of root message. But this is not easy to understand if you like just say that, okay, forget about self. There's no self. We have a system. That's what you feel. No, mind doesn't actually take this, even if you say this. It's not going to accept like that. Why? Of course, we have doubts. We have doubts, yes. Someone suddenly comes and tells that there's no self. Can I believe that? Maybe, but you have so much doubts about that. Just because someone says something, will you actually take it? No. So then what happens? That is what Lord Buddha said. You have to come and see. You have to come and feel this. You have to understand this Dhamma and feel this. Then you will know. Then you will know how beautiful this understanding is. How beautiful this feeling is. What is the feeling? That there is no self here. So then comes the question I said, then what do we feel? That is the stimulus or the thought at that particular moment. So is that there then? There comes a question. So if we take the chair as an example, or pineapple as an example, or apple as an example, you can take whatever the example you want to. I'm in a room now, I can see the whole room around me. So we have so many perceptions. We call them perception because it's very easy to understand that it's actually thoughts. Then the main important factor here is try and understand how this stimulus has come to this level now. Because now, when you look around, I can see the walls, I can see the chair, table, fan, guitar. Yeah, you can see anything. That's your world, isn't it? Yeah. Then that is the point that we have come to. When you try to understand the truth, you understand this. Every stimuli, every thought, is it actually there? To understand that, you have to go back. Why do you have to go back? Because there is a point of beginning as well. When did you start to get these thoughts? When did you understand these thoughts? Or when did you actually start feeling these thoughts? Till about 1 year of age, you didn't know what is happening. You just felt. You don't have any idea about that. But since then, 1, 2, 3, like that, you get few thoughts get registered, kind of. Maybe mother or ma. So if it's mom, if there is the first thought that occurred in that system, how did that happen? That's one aspect we are going to check. So everyone would be talking about these aspects. How did this mind form? So you go back and try and understand, how did this mind form? Because a little baby didn't have any suffering. Little baby felt everything, felt the pain, felt the touch, felt the temperature, saw things, smiled beautifully, cried for milk. Yeah, but little baby didn't have any hatred. Little baby didn't have any, you know, bad feeling. Little baby didn't have any fear. Lived like a feather. But slowly, this got so heavy. How? It came to that, like your level, with so much heaviness. Every day, every night, you wake up with that heaviness, sleep with that heaviness. Baby didn't have that trouble. So that's why we go back and do this investigation. How did this beautiful the level of consciousness get actually sad? How did this happen? So we have to do that research. Then we understand what's happening now. And we also understand what is happening. How do we project? How do we think about the future? It's only a thinking. It's only one thought that is happening now. Even if you think about the past, it's just one thought happening now. Even if you think about the future, it's only one thought happening now. This is beautiful Dhamma if you can understand. Because all our suffering is really mainly due to projection to the future and to the past. But actually what is happening is it's just a thought happening now. And that thought, is that true? Well, that's a good investigation to do. Is that true? That thought, that share? Well, you can do the investigation. We can't do it for you, but we help you to do that investigation. It's actually important you do it with great interest. Is the thought share true? How is it true? You can argue yourself. How is it true? No, it is true. You can argue. Yeah, if it is true, can you prove that to me? Oh, if it is not true, can you tell about that too? That's where the Dhamma is coming from. That's where the truth is coming from. How is this thought made? So we go back and understand, okay, it is the product of these sensory organs. If there was no sensory organs, will there be a world? Not really, huh? You can understand if you close one by one all your sensory faculties, just one by one. Just imagine, close them, shut them off one by one. What is left? There's nothing left. So you understand it's just the sensory functions of this sensory faculties that has brought this world or the mind or the thought. It can be confusing in the beginning, but trust, it will get better. And there are people who actually understood from one or two words. In Lord Buddha's time also, just one or two words. There are people who understood this Dhamma, the truth, and got the true happiness. And there are people who listen for maybe years and years. They got it too. Doesn't matter how or when or how long it takes. It's just about understanding that there is no self, that there is a feel, and then how that feel has come. That feel has come because of the stimuli in the thought, which has become true. But then we do the investigation. Is that really true? No, it's not really true. That's what we are going to understand and feel in the end. So this Dhamma is all about feeling. Understanding is also one part, because without understanding Dhamma, what are you going to feel? Nothing. You will feel the chair, yeah, okay, chair is there, I'm here, that's fine. That's the world we have. I'm in the middle of the room and yeah, that's it. That's the understanding we had. But is it true? It's just a manifestation of one thought, or just a manifestation of a lot of thoughts. Then how do we feel? We feel because they're sensitive faculties. So this is going to be a long story, because it is going to be a long story and very hidden truth, which is not that much open to the world. That's why we are going to have a 24/7. So trying to open this to the whole world, it may be beneficial in future, where people will be searching for truth. There will be a time where people will be searching for truth, and they might come across it. Who knows? It is with so much gratitude I worship our noble teacher, noble friend, for the great guidance we have about this no self-anger, no self-dhamma, or truth about the world. Because it helped a lot of people, or those people who have felt it, has come forward to help to distribute this to others. That's what we are trying to do. So this is just a starting point. Starting point, we just say a starting point, and then you will understand that there is nothing called starting point. That's kind of truth we are understanding. We took everything for granted. We suffered a lot. We predicted suffering too for the future. We suffer thinking about the future. We suffer thinking about the past. We suffer now also. This mind is the culprit, and we are trying to understand how mind works. Why this has become so the reason for the suffering. How did this misconception of self has come? How this has bring so much suffering to the human, not only humans, it's also all the beings. Wherever there is any consciousness or alive feel is there, they are suffering. And when you understand this, you feel so much kindness, so much loving kindness for every being that has the self vibration. Understanding this vibratory nature of the self is very important, because it's a field. And when you get that, you understand it's only the vibration of the sensory function, sensory faculties, nothing else. Then you can feel the absence of suffering. That's the beauty. That's why we keep inviting people to feel the absence of suffering. Isn't that beauty? Yeah, it is beauty. There's nothing called beauty though. But we have to communicate. absence of suffering. That is what we are trying to spread. Do you want to know about absence of suffering? It is something you can feel. But that's why we are inviting people to feel it. We are not inviting you to come and sit down and do a concentration meditation, which is very popular, by the way. It's very popular. But that's not what we are trying to encourage. We're trying to encourage you to rationalize and understand and contemplate about what is the truth. And when you know the truth, whatever you feel is irrelevant. It's basically irrelevant. When you actually feel the absence of suffering, you know that the life will actually was just a function of the rapid vibration, fast vibration, speed. Speed is the reason for everything. The living organism to feel the consciousness, that's the reason, the speed of the sensory organ. This you have to feel. So it's a lot. I don't think I can tell everything in just the beginning. But I reiterate, I tell again and again, I ask you to wake up. I ask you to wake up. I ask you to open your eyes. I ask you to be vigilant. Don't you feel the suffering? You can be happy one moment, but there's definitely sadness, definitely fear, definitely hatred. It's getting worse. If you feel it, you are suitable to feel the cessation of suffering too. If someone is feeling the suffering, then they are suitable to feel the cessation of suffering. That is the invitation. Come and listen. You can be in your place. You can be in America. You can be in Canada, Australia, UK, Italy. It doesn't matter where you are, because this is going to be online. That is a really beautiful thing nowadays we have. We have access to everything online. So this is high time for you. If you have felt the suffering, if you know how you feel it, you're suitable for the cessation of suffering. And it is out there now as Buddothpado. What is the meaning of Buddothpado? That is the cessation of suffering. That is the invitation to feel it. We call it with so much confidence. Don't miss it. If you miss it today, don't miss it tomorrow. You might feel a bit apprehensive in the beginning. because the wordings can be different. Everything may look a bit awkward because it's not natural to hear that there is no self. It's kind of weird. I can get it. I can get it. Don't worry. You will really understand this if you are keen to understand what is the truth. When you understand it, you will feel that how suffering is going to go down. Definitely that will improve your listening ability to and understanding this, because the moment you hear this, you might feel it, because there are people who are searching for true happiness. They want to know whether there is a true happiness or not, or whether there's a possibility of cessation of suffering. Oh, someone may be just looking for, like a good day. Yes, every day will be a good day if you understand this. Because you have to understand. There's a part to understand. There's a part to feel. Well, it's just a starting point. Today, 3 o'clock, we started this new Buddothpado English Zoom sermons, which will be broadcasted in PeoTV, I think. And, well, we have actually seen the magic the single sermons have done. The magic will be very not evident in English language because the delivery is difficult, but there is a vibration closer to non-vibration out there. Definitely this will go closer to them. So I would wind up there. Actually, I'll summarize what I was trying to say. We are starting a 24/7 Zoom discussion. Will be done in English medium by a lot of Dharma friends who follow Buddothpado and Manse, who has felt this truth and who is trying to deliver this to everyone, every being, basically every human being. And even if it is just one person, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Even if it is just one person, because even one person to touch that non-vibration is rare. To get the eternal happiness, it's rare. To have the super awareness, it is rare. This has no limitations of posture. This has no limitations of the place where you are living. This has no limitation of what you are doing. This has no limitations of what your job is. This has no limitations on what your responsibilities are. This is all about understanding your own mind, your own sensory faculties, your own consciousness. Understanding that they are not actually mine is the main tricky point, because we all thought that it's all mine. My consciousness, my mind, my body, my way, my petrol, my car. Yeah, my car, my petrol. So actually, we are trying to understand here that actually there was no self, but we felt something. What we felt was the wrong impression we had that the actual thought is something or is actually existing. So I invite our Dhamma friends to come and deliver sermons as much as possible, but whatever the possible way you can deliver this in English language. It doesn't have to be perfect. Whatever the aspects you can feel, you can tell to the whole world. Main important factor is it's all about no self Dhamma. It's all about no self anger. It's all about understanding the suffering and cessation of suffering. So now, from now onwards, you have access to listen to English sermons from PeoTV. So we worship Arananse for his noble guidance. He's trying so hard to give this message to everyone. And we are just trying to help him because we feel it too. So Arananse has also guided for us to include meditative aspects of this Dhamma because there are kind of programs he has introduced to actually improve the chances of feeling the no self Dhamma. No self, because all the time we feel as we are alive. It's really important for us to feel that there is no self here. Difficult part is to feel it, but more difficult part is understanding this Dhamma as well. Because the more you understand it, more you feel it. So that's what we are going to help you. Yeah. So we will try our best to deliver this to all the people out there who are looking for happiness, who are looking for truth, who are looking for reasons why there is suffering. So we'll continue. This will continue now, and thank you very much. And again, I thank the noble friend Buddothpado Arananse, and thank you all Dhamma friends. And I would hand over another Dhamma friend to continue the sounds. And this time now onwards, from 3 p.m. today, Buddothpado sermons would be broadcasted in English language 24/7. May Triple Gem bless you all. May everyone feel the supreme bliss of Nirvana. Who is hosting this? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I think it's all right now, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Sannai Dhamma friends. And we pay our homage to Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa, Thiruvan Sannai Aryan Mahansa. So this is the continuation of the 24 hours English Zoom discussion that commenced today at 3 p.m. Sri Lanka time. So the broad outline and the introduction to the rationale for commencing this Zoom discussion for 24 hours or 24/7 from today onwards was explained. The greatest motivation to do that is due to the vision of our noble spiritual teacher, Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa, who has discovered this pure truth, which has been hidden for a long time, in fact 2,500 years, since the Lord Buddha preached it so many years ago. And this uncovered truth, this revelation, this great revelation, we can say, has been revealed to various followers for the last 5 years. And we have benefited from those discourses and the valuable insights to the pure truth in the last so many years. With his vision and his direction and guidance, the Zoom sessions that were primarily conducted in the Sinhalese language in our Sri Lankan country, native Sri Lanka, is now being imparted in the English language for the benefit of people all over the world. We have had a Zoom session in English for quite a few years, but it has been limited to 1 to 1.5 hours daily. And it is his great vision that this pure truth is the entitlement of all human beings. And with that great intent, this Zoom discussion has commenced from today onwards. So continuing on some of the themes that were discussed, this is obviously a broad area, and we will touch on various themes and open and elaborate on various aspects of the truth as we go along, as different speakers connect on and link up to this program from today onwards. There will also be a Zoom discussion. There'll be opportunity for listeners to join on a Zoom discussion as well. And that will commence from 2 to 3 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and that's from tomorrow onwards. So that'll be 2 to 3 p.m. daily. So coming back to the pure truth, the motivation here is to be able to give all human beings the opportunity to understand the truth. And why would that be? To be able to eliminate suffering. Now, there's one common thread in all societies and all living species, whether it is human beings or even all living species, is that there is suffering. Whether it is recognized as suffering is another matter altogether, because maybe the rich man in the palace, the people with material wealth, may think that there is no suffering, that everything is, they're surrounded by wealth, they're surrounded by material stuff. They have everything they need, and therefore they are happy, and that money can buy whatever they want. But if you are able to drill deep down, or sooner or later, there comes a time where there is suffering. And suffering can come in so many ways, whether it is the death of a loved one, whether it is the parting from, whether it is the losing of one's job, whether it is all kinds of things that probably are besetting mankind. There are wars, there are killings and murders. There's even the usual forms of jealousies, even cravings, not being able to get what one wants, parting from a loved one, in various forms and manners. Suffering arises, and suffering is almost a hereditary factor for all species and all human beings. So the pure truth that we are trying to impart, which our noble teacher has uncovered, is the cause of that suffering and the path to end that suffering. To do that, the Buddha, long years ago, discovered that the core reason for it is by understanding the mechanics of the mind. It was the mind that the Buddha found that was the core factor where the suffering started and the suffering began. And how that comes to be is the way the truth gradually gets unraveled. At the very beginning, when the Buddha saw, back in the day when he was a prince in a castle, or that's the way the story goes, all he knew was the riches and the wealth of the surroundings in his family background. But it was the sight of during his youth, the sight of an old person was a shock to him. And in that manner, because he had not seen an old man before, it was such a shock to the system that he asked his attendant, "Who is that person?" And the attendant said, "That's an old man, sire." Chandra, being the attendant, Prince Siddhartha then said, "Do I get old as well?" And then Chandra said, "Yes, you do, sire." And the next sight was an old and a sick person. Again, another shock to the system, because as a prince growing up in the lap of wealth, he had never encountered a sick person in his life. So just imagine, this is quite the contrast to the common people of today, where obviously we encounter all these sights right through from our childhood. But if you take the example of a rich prince who has been sheltered from all this, the sight of an old person, the sight of a sick person would be a severe shock to the system. Again, the question, will I get sick as well, Channa? And the attendant replied, "Yes, sire, you will. At some point of time, it is a matter of time that every person can get sick and will get sick." The third sight was that of a dead body. Again, a shock to the system. Will I die too? And the reply came back promptly, "Yes, you will." Because again, something that is inevitable is death. The final sight, which really turned the tide and made this truth available to all humanity, was the sight of a monk, a calm, a tranquil person, garbed in saffron robes, calmly getting about in search of alms. That sight brought so much peace to the prince. But the question came again, the curiosity, what is that, or who is that? And the reply came, that is a person in search of truth, in search of the truth to end suffering. And so the journey began, the search began so many years ago. And it was through that journey and through that search for truth that this truth that we are now imparting with the guidance of Aryan Vahansa is being explained. Now, back in the day, there was also this concentration meditation, the same types of meditation that we find prevalent in today's society. And the Buddha also tried to practice those forms of meditation. And he actually attained some of those highest states of jhanas and various meditative states. But despite all that effort, there was a realization that once one comes out of those meditative states, again, the defilements, the cravings, the desires for various things, the desire for the life back in the palaces, the desire to get out of the suffering and the loneliness in the jungle, all those things came back crowding into the mind. The defilements of aversion, ill will, and so on, again kept coming back. So, with this realization, the Buddha embarked on a search of the truth on his own. And in that search, there was a realization that the suffering is primarily caused by one's own mind. The mind itself, it is the thoughts and the thought process and the outlook that is bringing the cause to the suffering. And in that search of the truth, the mind and the mechanics of the mind was completely examined, unraveled, and analyzed. And with that search came the full realization and the full inner awakening of the Buddha. And it is that truth that has shone on this world for so many years. And that is the bit of the truth that we are trying to impart to you little by little in simple terms through these discussions. Now, when we think about the world and our interaction with it, there are only a couple of ways that this interaction happens, and that is through the sense faculties. As human beings, we have a sense of feeling of various objects and persons around us, and we feel as if we are alive, isn't it? How does that happen? From the time that we can remember, we seem to remember that things gradually started becoming real. We know we have a family. We faintly remember our childhood days, and we remember growing up. We remember going to school. We remember our school friends, and so on and so forth. And we know that there is a person here and an I here, and this identity of I has become more and more powerful. Everything that is being done around us is identified with the me here, isn't it? Everything is, for example, your family, your house, your car, your community, your society, your religion, patriotism, whatever it is. All these concepts, these labels, persons, objects that you consider to be dear, how do they become dear to you? Aren't they dear in terms of yourself? Things that you have an aversion to, or things that you don't particularly care about, aren't those also things that are disliked in relation to yourself? So how can one understand that? And isn't it only because they are of value to you in whatever form or the other in relation to you that the suffering happens? Consider, for example, something happens to your neighbor's house or to a house like 10 doors away, a stranger's house. Would you get perturbed by it? You generally have a bit of concern as a fellow human being. True. But would it be the end of the world? Would it really shake you up? No. So the understanding through the truth, as our earlier Dhamma friend, if you were listening to the discussion, also elaborated on, is the beauty of this truth is that there is no self here. The truth that the Buddha imparted is that the understanding of this system that we have learned to call through conventional world and conventional concepts as a person, an identity, a self, whatever you want to call it, is in fact non-existent. Now again, that can be a very, very difficult pill to swallow, isn't it? Particularly if you are listening to it or if you are hearing this for the very first time. It will be like, oh my God, what is she saying? And what is this? But if you have listened to some talks, if you have some access or some, what shall I say, insights to a Buddhistic thinking, Buddhistic philosophy, one would understand that this notion is not completely unfamiliar. The suffering is something that is occurring through the belief of things that are getting manifested to our sensory perceptions. Now, how do we interact with this world if we take a step back? How does this suffering actually happen? How do we even know there is a world around us? And how do we interact with this so-called world? As human beings, we have the 5 organs, the 5 sensory organs: the eyes, ears, the nose, the tongue or the mouth, and the skin sensor. These are the organs by which, as a tool, as a channel or a medium, that the world is experienced. Without these senses and the sense faculties and the functioning of those, we will not be able to encounter a world. If we go into a bit of detail, if not for the eyes, there won't be a sense of light, isn't it? If you close your eyes, it will be pure darkness and nothing manifests. The ears, if not for the ears, would there be sound? If not for the sensations given rise from the nose sensor, would there be smell? And so it is for the tongue sensor, the taste, and for the skin, the bodily sensations that arise out of the skin sensor, whether it is temperature, heat or cold, the 2 sensations, or solidity. These are sensations that arise out of the body sensor or the skin. So taken together, can you think about it? Isn't it these sensations that gives a rise to the feeling that you can see, that you can hear things, that you can touch things. You can touch the softness of a pillow, the hardness of a chair, the roundness of an apple, various things. If you didn't have the touch sensation via the bodily functions and the bodily skin sensor, would you know that that thing exists? Probably not, isn't it? Or I should say, most certainly not. If you are fast asleep and someone touches you, would you know? If you are in a really deep sleep, you wouldn't know. So then, would it even matter that there was a body? No. Similarly, if you are deaf, even if somebody comes and shouts behind you, would you be able to hear? No, you won't. And if you cannot hear, would you have the sensation of the feeling of existence that arises and emanates from that hearing, from that sound, whether it is the bird chirping, whether it is the baby crying, whether it is the chimes of the doorbell ringing, whether it is somebody banging the gate outside, any of these things, or whether it is some music playing on the radio. Aren't these the things that make you feel as if you're alive? And aren't these then sensations that are arising out of the senses? But there is a catch. How do you know that these are sensations? How are you able to distinguish between the chirping of a bird, the banging of the door, the crying of the baby, and so on? If we go back to the baby, to the childhood days, and consider the example of a child or an infant, the infant wouldn't have any notions of any of these things, would they? Just try to take yourself back to that point. If you have had children in your life, or if you have a baby even now, you would be able to observe how these reactions occur. The baby would have the basic sensations. The baby would react to the light, yes. The baby would react to the shrill of a whistle, or the baby can still cry if there is a little bodily pain that he or she is encountering. But they have no notion as to what that feeling is. They have no notion of as to what that sensation is. Do they know that a light is actually a light? No, it is just a mere reaction to the sensation of light that is occurring in the eye faculty. Similarly, the reaction to the shrill whistle or to the playing of a nursery rhyme is not out of recognition of the nursery rhyme, but rather just the reaction to a sound, just a sound emanating from somewhere, which is then vibrating in the baby's ears. So all these sensations are felt at a very basic level by the baby, but none of them are distinguished. None of them are differentiated. And without that differentiation, there is no experiencing of those sensations, isn't it? But when did we start experiencing these sensations? When did we start distinguishing one sound from the other? One type of image or shape from the other? Keep going back, or maybe fast forward from the days of the infant to a couple of years, and then we realize that there was a learning, wasn't it? There was a time in this life, in our childhood days, where there was a gathering of knowledge, where there was a learning process that began. Generally, as a milestone, we can consider that to be our days in the Montessori or nursery or kindergarten, whatever you want to call it, depending on what part of the world you are. At that time, if you can recall, or you may remember, that everything that we now think we know was taught from the letter A right up to the entire alphabet. Images, pictures, letters, words, everything was shown and taught with the same message being reinforced over and over again. In every classroom, in every class, an image or a shape is shown. The teacher will call it out. A sound will be attached to an image or a picture that is shown, and the children would repeat it to the point where it will finally be understood and embraced as a term, as a word, as a name. Apple, for example. Tree, for example. Temple, friend, school. And this is the way, isn't it, that all these concepts were learned gradually. And then what happens? Gradually, the world of the child, which was absent of any forms, named forms or concepts, starts forming, starts materializing, isn't it? The child then starts believing that these forms that manifest in the eye, the sound that manifests in the ear, are all actually coming from outside. And that the light or the shape or the object is also seen outside. And gradually, a belief is entrenched in the mind that there are objects, there are people, and therefore there is a world outside. And to complete the picture, what happens? There is also, either through the parents or the teacher, there is an identification of the person, the child itself, and they would say, for example, oh, so you, Jack, your name is Jack. So this is you. This is your school bag. And this is where you live. And Jack is a good boy. And so on. So now suddenly the world and the external objects, persons, are gradually starting to form, to materialize, to gain value. And with that comes the notion of the person experiencing it. That is Jack, or Jack has a friend, and so on and so forth. So it is Jack who lives in this particular house. It is Jack who has to take his sibling and go to school. It is Jack who has a really nice friend in class who teaches him lots of things. All kinds of things start then gradually forming Jack's world, isn't it? And it is over time, in that manner, that all these aspects, the worldly objects and materials, start to become real as Jack grows out of the nursery days into normal school, and then as a teenager, as a youth, more education, tertiary education, everything, concepts, knowledge becomes magnified, not twice-fold or threefold, but absolutely magnified in whatever forms. It doesn't even have to be taught. It will be read, it will be listened to, watched on social media, and so on and so forth. Every object, everything becomes real. And with that concept of wrong understanding, the self also becomes real on this side. But can you, for example, go back again and think about that time during the kindergarten days? What was shown actually was just an image, and what was heard was just a sound. What was felt was just a smell, or the touch, or a taste. Same sensations that the baby encountered. But what happened during the nursery days? A name, a label was given when an image was shown and a sound was attached to the image. And with that arose a sensation. And with the label given to that particular sensation, some object, some concept started to become real to Jack, or if you want to use a girl's name, to Anne. And when we think about those sensory faculties, can we understand that how did the sound and the light, which was all it was to begin with, come together to form an apple? Wasn't the term apple learned? Wasn't the term tree and temple and school and class and friends all learned? Isn't this the way we got various names and labels attached to various sounds? But what is the sound actually? Isn't the sound just a vibration in the ear? Isn't the light just a vibration, a spark in one's eyes? So if we describe this further, the sensory faculties functionality is arising out of vibration. And if we consider the idea or something that you may have encountered yourself, is the lightning that occurs in the night. And in the night, when lightning occurs, you can recall perhaps that the entire night sky lights up almost like daylight. It is that exact same type of experience that occurs in the vibration of the eye. And the truth that is being revealed shows that the eye sensor is a series of sparks, a series of vibrations, and nothing else. The functionality that occurs there is through the vibration, a light is manifested because of the sheer speed. The light sensation is then pointed out in the classroom as an image or a shape. Now, all there was just a light sensation. The same thing you can say about the eardrum. All that happens in the eardrum is a vibration, and it is the differentiation of various sound patterns that is then considered and named and labeled by conventional society, by conventional world, has different names. As I said, the doorbell ringing, the baby crying, and so on. But isn't that the baby crying a thought? Isn't that a putting together of these various different sensations that are arising out of the eye sensor, the ear sensor, the nose and the touch and the smell and so on? If you consider the example of an apple, an image would be shown and a sound would be attached to it. But all that was seen was an image, a round image. And even the notion that it is round is taught, is reinforced. Until such time, there is no notion or no concept of anything being round, anything being an apple, for that matter. But the more you learn about it, the more that is reinforced. It is the taking in of that reinforced message through constant vibrations, a similar vibrationary pattern that is echoing through gradual and through constant reinforcement, that is then learnt, as we call it as knowledge. It is then learnt, and that term is then reinforced as a perception, and that perception is then called an apple. Similarly, all other concepts in terms of the sensations that are arising through the eye sensor, the ear sensor, and so on, are given names and labels in this conventional world. But the putting together of these various sensations is then coined into a thought, a construct. So can we then understand that these are just mere constructs? What is discerned in the eye sensor and the ear sensor and so on are then taken by the mind consciousness. It's a combination of these 5 sensory perceptions which are then coined or combined into one construct or one concept, which we call a thought, a stimuli, a mind object, whatever you want to call it. But it is then called an apple. If you think about different nationalities and different languages, what we call an apple won't necessarily be called that in a different language, would it? Something that we call a tree, again, would not be the same in another language or a different culture. Some fruit that we think is particularly delicious would not necessarily be so in a different country. There might be quite an aversion to it, whereas we might find it absolutely delicious. Now, how does that arise? How can the same object, if it is the same object, give rise to different sensations, different experiences? Can you then see that it is the way that has been introduced, the way it has been learned, the perception that is being given, the value that is being given to an object, to a shape or a sensation, that is then perceived as such and taken as real, depending on the way that message has been reinforced. All this is done through the ignorance of mankind because of the lack of understanding of the basic functionality of these sensory perceptions. If one understands that these perceptions are just arising out of the vibratory patterns in the sense faculties, and that is all there is to it, and that everything else that has been constructed is only via the mind consciousness, then the separation between the sense faculties and the concepts become quite distinct, isn't it? But that is not where the issue is. We will come to that issue when we analyze it further, probably later on. But the crux of the whole issue here is that when this world becomes real, when these concepts, mind, objects, persons, and so on become real to Jack, and then Jack grows up, taking all these to be true. The family is dear to him, his school is dear to him, there are things that he likes, he doesn't like, and he grows up with this self, the ego. With every step, everything that becomes of value, there is suffering, isn't it? If there is something that is taken to be real, and it ends up in suffering. But the distinction and the analysis that was done, and what we are trying to show through the pure truth, is that by breaking it down, by analyzing how that mind object came about, we are trying to show in a hopefully a simple way that these things, these objects, and the person that we have so far all this time believed to be real, believed to exist, are all mind constructs, isn't it? These objects have been constructed through whatever perceptions that arose from these sense faculties. The human beings have 5 sense faculties, the sense organs, 5 sensory organs as we called it. And these sensory perceptions, as we said at the beginning, the experiences that you encounter are all arising from these sensory perceptions. If you're blind, there is no seeing. And if there is no seeing, there is no experiencing your children. There is no experiencing your child's 5th birthday or your parents' 50th wedding anniversary. There is no experiencing of the joy of, seeing your newborn. There is no experiencing of the sun rising in the morning. Can you see that all these so-called experiences are based on what you think you're seeing through the eye sensor? If that sense faculty did not work, would you be able to experience any of that? And in that sense, would there be an I or a person experiencing it? No. But how did all those experiences and these so-called birthdays, wedding anniversaries, and all those things come about? Aren't those all just concepts? Aren't those all just thoughts made up of those various ways of combinations of various things that we explained a little while ago? If they were not put together, if they were not strung together, would there be such an experience in the first place? And if there was no light to begin with, would there be an experience in the first place? Same thing with the sound, same thing with the other sensory perceptions. If these sense faculties were not there, those experiences are non-existent. And if the experience is not there, would there be a person experiencing it? There wouldn't be. The experience, however, is arising out of a construct, a thought. It is not existent outside. It is a thing that has been constructed in the mind consciousness by putting together the combined sensory perceptions that have arisen out of these faculties. It is non-existent. The vibratory pattern has been given an illusory concept called the sun rising, or the moon shining over the waters, or the tree, the apple. The baby didn't know about an apple, did they? Or a tree. The baby lies in a puddle of poo in the cot and is completely oblivious to the smell, to the dampness of the nappy and the cloth and the cot and so on. How is that possible? The baby has no notion, no sense of wetness, no sense of dampness, no sense of smell, no sense of being in a puddle of poo. But fast forward to a child or Jack when he's 10 years old and he goes about on the road and he suddenly doesn't see and steps into a pile of poo. What would be the reaction? Oh, he'd say, yuck, what did I go and do? And then what happens? One thing is he feels really yucky. He feels the smell and there is aversion. He's looking at his foot full of now poo that has gotten into his sandals, and he's doing yuck. He's screwing up his face. He can get the smell, and then it doesn't stop there. He'll probably get angry. He'll say, what on earth? Who was the person who let the dog put the poo here and then go away without picking it up? So all these multitude of feelings, good and bad, feelings of dislike, feelings of hate arise in the mind. And with that, there is suffering, isn't it? How did all that come about? Because for Jack, unlike the baby, everything is real. The poo is real. The fact that he trampled it is real. The smell, he recognized it as a bad smell. Now, is there anything called good and bad? If there was anything called good and bad, shouldn't the baby also feel it? No. So these concepts, whether it is good and bad, hot and cold, thin or thick, all these concepts, including conventional terms, doesn't have to be just persons, animate or inanimate. Every aspect of it is learned. And with the learning, the reinforcing of those perceptions, comes various types of value attached to it. And with that comes the notion of an existent world and a person here experiencing that world. And the self and the ego is born. So Jack, trampling the poo, is now completely repulsed even with himself. Why? Because the self is there. The ego is there, isn't it? I, Jack, am a person. I went and trampled the poo. Oh, yuck. I have to wash the sandal. Who left this puddle of poo here? Who is this person who was completely irresponsible? And so on. Or if it is Jack and 10 years old, he might start crying. Or he might call his mom and say, look what happened to me. And he might even get a scolding from the mother saying, weren't you looking where you were going? But all this becomes real only because those thoughts, the poo, the sandal, the trampling, the payment, the dog, all that has now become real, isn't it? And that is Jack at the age of 10 years. Consider Jack now a teenager. What are the new sensations, the new experiences? Maybe it's education. Maybe it's the girlfriend. Maybe it's the next new movie in the theater. Who knows? Whatever these concepts that becomes real, that is of value to Jack, becomes his world, isn't it? And so we can see as we go on, Jack the youth would have other experiences, other connotations of what is valuable, what is not. He could be married. The job could be his entire world. He could be, hankering after the next promotion, hankering after some person, who knows, or wanting to build a house. Aren't these all just thoughts? Aren't these all just stimuli? And isn't this so-called sense of living in this world a moving from one object to another, and to another, from one stimuli to another stimuli, and to another. And each and every time these stimuli are considered to be real, are considered to be something of value, isn't there then suffering there? Isn't the suffering arising because the stimuli is of value to Jack, to the person? If there was no person here, would there be anything of value? How did this person or the self come about? Wasn't that through the belief, the wrong belief, that a so-called external world exists? But this external world that we analyzed and explained is arising through a thought. It's nothing but a thought, a construct arising from the senses and the sensory perceptions. But out of delusion, out of not knowing, everyone in this world, all humanity, believe that the things they encounter, the things they experience in this world are real, because that is what they have been taught. That is the perception that has been reinforced from their childhood days, and because of that they do not know the truth. They have no access to the truth, which is what we are trying in this session to reveal to everyone. Now, can you imagine if the truth is known, that this is how the mind works, this is how the so-called world has become a reality? But is that world actually a reality? If that is opened up, if that is simply explained, and the truth is revealed in all its glory, in all its beauty, isn't this truth very simple? Won't the world and the complications, the complexity, and the stress and the worry that we have attached to things around us then gradually fall away? Because there is a realization then that this stimuli, which we don't even call a stimuli because it's mother, father, children for us, isn't it? It's material wealth. These are the things that are causing the burning, causing the stress, the worry, for people. And with that is the suffering. It is always a mind object, a thought, that is giving rise to the suffering. As long as there is a value attached to something, and as long as an object is taken to be a thing without knowing the truth as to how that came to become a thing, and whether it is actually a thing, then there is suffering. But if one understands, one goes behind the veil of ignorance, if one goes behind the so-called magic that the mind weaves, the illusion that the mind weaves, and understand the reality, understand the truth behind the thought, understand the truth behind the mechanics of the mind, then the suffering can be brought to an end. The craving, the stress, the worry, the aversion, all this which has a focal point, isn't it? The stress doesn't come without anything. The stress comes because you're worried about your mother. The worry comes because you're worried whether your child will come back home on time. These are the things that bring the suffering, isn't it? Because if there is a child and the child has become real, there is suffering. The world, as long as it is considered to be real, there is suffering. The world is the point of experiencing, which is the I experiencing it. The stimuli is the point where the ego and the self is born. So the self-view is the greatest misconception that has ever befallen humanity. The truth that the Buddha taught so many years ago, which Aryan Mahansa has now imparted and revealed in the last 5 years, is to show mankind and to be able to share with mankind, is that this self-view, the concept that there is an I here, the concept that there is a world here, are all misconceptions. The suffering comes from the notion that an I exists, that a me exists, and that there are things that are mine. So I, me, and mine are just mere concepts. But it is that whole point that has been shrouded in ignorance and been completely, what shall I say, kept in the dark as to the fact that they are just a view, that is just a misconception, and that actually what is here is a simple process, a simple mechanism of sensory faculties merely functioning, and a process just happening. The mind is just another function. The eye and the ears, as long as there is breath in this body, those functions will continue to function. There will be a seeing, there will be a hearing, there will be the sense of smell, the touch, and the taste. And similarly, there will be a combining of those elements, those perceptions, and the mind will continue to work. Thoughts will continue to flow. But the greatest part of it is, and the beauty of it is, that when one understands the mind, when one understands how this whole fallacy came to be, the power behind the self view, the self vibration, and the self perception. These concepts will be elaborated further on by our other Dhamma friends. Those fall away, those dissipate to the point of arising within oneself. There is no self, but within the system, we could say, the self awareness, the inner tranquility, and the ultimate eternal happiness that this pure truth is here to bring to all humanity. So thank you, Dhamma friends. This part of the talk is now coming to an end, and I will hand over to another Dhamma friend for continuation of this 24-hour Zoom session. I pay my homage to Buddothpada and Mahansa for his noble guidance, vision, and advice, as always, for all of us on this path to realize the pure truth. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, everyone. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kaupila and Surangika. So today we have started a new session, I think, because I can remember the 5 years ago. Actually, I was joined 3 years back. We had a Zoom discussions, and we started English Zoom discussions with a small group. Actually, I was participated in that Zoom discussion. So now it has expanded as a live session and as a TV program. According to the Buddothpado Aranvansi's guidance, we do so. Because Aranvansi is always highlighting the importance of this Dhamma. Aranvansi wanted to give this message to everyone who can listen this Dhamma in this world. Why? Actually, this is a real important thing we have to understand to overcome our samsara journey. We don't know actually where we came from and where we are going. Why? Because this ignorance is with us. What is ignorance? What do you mean by that? The ignorance, the formation of our mind, the concept of me and myself, we don't know how it has constructed. Especially the formation of mind, we couldn't understand. I haven't heard it before even. Why? Because this true Dhamma was not there when I was seeking this Dhamma to, because I was struggling most of the time to find out how I can stop this birth, recycling of birth. Actually, I wanted to know why I have born. What is the reason? As a human being, I thought I am very fortunate. Somehow I can listen to this Dhamma because with my family background, I had a chance to learn Dhamma. Even when I was very small, I was thinking, what is this life? I couldn't understand why I have where I came from. Because my mother and father gave me a name as Lalana. And when I was a little child, I was so mischievous. I did everything what I wanted to do. I didn't listen to my parents sometimes. Why? Because I know something is wrong with me. Because the feeling I had is never tally with others. Why? Inside, I wanted to know who I am. But I couldn't. But I couldn't get the idea. And even I haven't heard it before. So, in this Dhamma forum, I think we can hear true Dhamma. Now, true Dhamma, what is true Dhamma? The true Dhamma, that means that we have never heard before. When we listen Dhamma, when some monk sings something new, we thought, even I thought, that was the path for us to go. Why? Because we haven't heard it before. Right? It's something new. It's something like Paticca like explaining Sutra Deshana. All right. So I thought that should be the way. We have to listen Dhamma. So, but earlier, I heard a lot of Dhamma even, but I didn't know what is this word, the mind creation, the creation of thought, how the thoughts are formed. Each and every time, the thoughts, the feelings became real to me. I was lived in different worlds with my thoughts. So I enjoy with the thoughts, but sometimes I had big struggle with my thoughts. But I couldn't understand because of this mind. Because mine became real to me. I know it was a fast occurrence, but I don't know how it has formed. Actually, we are fortunate to hear this true Dhamma sermons through our noble friend Buddothpado and myself. I pay my gratitude to Buddothpado and myself. That's why I'm talking to you. Why? Because this true Dhamma makes your lives change. This, there will be a big change in your life, in your day-to-day activities. Each and every time we did whatever we do, whatever we did and what we are planning to do is also the mind. So when we go back to our childhood, now I want to share my experience of my childhood. When I was a little girl, I used to climb trees actually. Why? It makes me very happy. I like to listen the singings of bird singings. I like to see the butterflies. I like to see birds, those who are flying in the sky. And I felt very relaxed when I was on the tree, on the branch of the tree. But I was not interested to do my schoolwork actually. Even though my parents were teachers, fortunately they didn't force to me. And during the vacation, what I did was I went to my grandmother's place. There are so many paddy fields nearby grandparents' home. I went to the paddy fields and I spent my time with other people and small children, those who are close to our grandparents. Why? Because I felt some kind of relaxation when I was with the nature. Actually, those days I didn't know any single thing about Dhamma. I didn't hear about it even. I know only what Buddha said, and I know how to chant Gatha. I know what I should do and what I should not do. Right? I went to Dhamma school even. I learned a lot of things in my Dhamma school. But I have some arguments with the teachers who taught me. I was asking why you are teaching me. What is this? What is this sutra say? What the meaning of Karaniya Metta Sutra? But they didn't know about the reality, the truth behind the sutra. Why? They haven't heard it before. Actually, they taught me, but I said, okay, teacher, I'm agreeing with you. But after some time, I felt, no, there should be something else in this sutra. Even in Jataka stories, I love to read some Jataka stories. And my father gave me 550 Jataka story book. When I was reading, my inner thought, this could be an illustration of this Dhamma or exaggeration of this Dhamma. To get the attraction to have written, that thought, that feeling came to me. But I never tried to argue with someone else because they shouted at me all the time. You are not agreeing with the book said, with the words saying. Actually, I didn't agree this what they said. I don't know why. I don't know why. But I kept sometimes all the books away from me. I went outside. I went outside. I every time I try to have a relaxed feeling. But my suffering was not ended. So what I did was I had a plan actually. So I thought who I am. When I was worshipping Lord Buddha, I muttered, please, Lord Buddha, give me a message. Somehow to overcome this troubling life and the suffering of this birth. Every day I muttered by going in front of the Buddha and after worshipping, I had big intentions, ideas, and feelings of Lord Buddha. When I was chanting Gatha, I said, but Lord Buddha said, but no one is there now. But I'm here now. So I'm here now. I can't say that I'm not here. I'm there. Why? How it comes? What is impermanency? That means in Singhana, Anitya. I have heard, I tell you, everything is not permanent. Yes, everything is not. I can understand. One day we'll die. Everything is not permanent. That's true. But it didn't satisfy my intention. So what I did was, I tried to read some books according the Pali. I wanted to learn Pali even because I can't understand the Pali version. Because my father was helped me, but after that he couldn't tell me because he was really sick. Then I gave up my idea of learning Pali. So I tried different methods of learning Buddha's word. Unfortunately, I didn't get the correct message from anyone else. So then I gave up all the ideas. I did my work. I set my examinations, and but everything I did because of my parents' influences. But my inner mind says somehow I wanted to need the right thing. So therefore, I was searching them for a long period of time. Finally, I went to the monastery. I was there with the monks and the nuns. They taught me different kinds of meditations. So I practiced with them. During that time, I felt little comfort because the thoughts arising and ceasing gave me a little relaxation because my mind was not scattered during that time. Because of that, I thought it would be the path. Somehow I wanted to stop my feelings or thoughts coming. I thought that's the path of Buddha said. I never knew the thoughts cannot be controlled. How ignorant I was. Why? Why? Because I didn't hear the true Dhamma. I thought the mind is true. Whatever the mind says, whatever the thought says, I do. I had a big struggle with my thoughts. Right? Even I was meditating, lot of thoughts came. What I did was I tried to hold them by force, but it couldn't do. Why? Because I didn't know the mind is a sensor. It's a sensory organ, the main sensory organ. I didn't know the way of how the mind has created. That's why I was struggling in this path. Actually, I was really desperate. So I sat one place, hours and hours I spent to find the truth. I practiced samatha meditation more than 15 years, but I didn't have any control over my feelings and thoughts. When someone shouted at me, I got angry with them. Sometimes I shouted at them. Why? Because the sound, the image became real to me due to my ignorance. They became real to me each and every time, each and every day. So one day I heard this true Dhamma. how the mind is created. It is a vibration actually. So when you think of the vibration, we don't know what is vibration. Vibration means some kind of a wave. We have 5 senses: eye, tongue, ear, nose, skin, and mind. These faculties make us a world. When we hear the sound, when we get the sound to the ear, when the wave comes to the sound, the wave, we name it as a sound. When we touch something, the feel, the sensor that we feel is known as what we feel. Sometimes it may be cold, it may be hot, sometimes it may be rough, it may be smooth like that. When we taste something, when something gets into your mouth, you feel something. The feeling we name as taste. There are different kinds of taste: sour, bitter, and sweet. Those, those things are all mental constructions, because these concepts are made by humans. We don't know the mechanism, what is happening inside our body or in our sensory organs. When we think about our sensory organs, so when we see the picture, that means that when the wave is occurring inside the eye, there is a fast occurrence, vibration inside the eye. The fast cannot be measured even. It's a fast occurrence, vibration occurring inside the eye. When this vibration is equal to the other vibration, it matches each other. We see different things, colors, pictures that eye makes. We thought the colors formed by outside, but not like that. You have to understand, there is nothing called as colors. Why? It is a vibration. But at once you can't think. Now when you see the red, you cannot be stopped thinking it is not red. There's nothing called as red. No, it is not like that. When we know the truth only, we know there is nothing called as red. There is something, but it's not red. It's a vibration. It's something like some power, some kind of energy is there. When our eye is vibrating at very fast occurrence, it makes different kinds of colors and pictures. Our mind only says this is red, this is blue, this is white. Why? The eye doesn't know about the color, how it has formed. These are thoughts created by the sensory organs. When you see red, how it comes? Because we have already known this color is as red. Why? We have to think about how the red color has become real to us. Then you have to think about your childhood. When you go back to your Reagan mind, when you see something, you don't know that is red, that is blue, that is gold, that is black. And when someone, your mother, when mother come in front of us, we don't know our mother, but we feel something is there, but we don't know what is exactly there. The little by little, when we grow up, when our mom's calling us, hello darling, how are you? Hello my son, how are you? So then that makes us a sense, something is calling, something is happening. When we hear it over and over again, we know Mama is calling me. Yeah. But when you go to when you go to your school, not the school, preschool, nursery, you can talk a little, you know some words a little. When you first day when you go to school, when the teacher say, hi darling, good morning, you are saying good morning teacher. If you doesn't know the word good morning, you keep quiet. Why? That word you haven't heard it before. When you go to your nurse kindergarten every day, the teacher is trying to teach you something. That this is what this card. Even with the flashcard, the teacher can teach you. Teacher can remember. It said, Puta, this is red. This is black. This is blue, like that. But at once we cannot remember these things. Why? Because our mind is not matured. Our sensory organs are not matured. That's why we cannot catch up these things at once. Teacher has to teach these words, tell this word over and over again. When the teacher teaching the words over and over again, one day it become real to you. Okay, when the teacher shows the color, you know that is red, that is blue, that is black, like that. One teacher has taught you this now with the words, color and the words. When it gets interconnected, you know the words and the color makes a sense in as a color. It's a red color. The thought formed. When the thought has formed gradually, it will get more powerful day by day. That is happening each and every moment in your life. Next day, when you go to school, when you see the color of red, blue, or yellow, you identify this color. It comes automatically. No one is doing, because you know the teacher has told me this is red. When teacher asks, no, this is not red color, it may be something else, you are not agreed to that. it has established in your mind. There is nothing called as mind. It's a speedy occurrence or vibration. So that is the hidden part. That is the main thing you have to understand. There is nothing called as mind. You should understand the way how it has formed. I think there are so many sermons in Buddothpado RMR says has taught us how the mind has created. It is a speedy occurrence. And there is no place even for a mind. We cannot impose a place maybe in your brain, in your heart. No, there is no place for a mind. It's a speedy occurrence, vibration. This vibration has become real to every one of us. That is why we are suffering, because we didn't know how it is a vibration. Now, I think most of you have learned science. When you think of your eye, you know the light, the lens of the eye. We have learned it. It is the main thing inside the lens that speedy vibration is occurring. But we cannot see that, we cannot feel that. So because of the speedy occurrence, what we see become real to us. We never say there is nothing. It's wrong. What we think is wrong. We can't say that. Now, when there is a chair in front of you, we can't say the chair is not there. Actually, chair is existing, right? But the word that you have put as a chair is not there. That is how we have to understand. There is nothing called as a chair. It is because of the speedy occurrence of our eye and the word that we are given, name them, comes together. The words and the color combines each other and makes a sense, makes another feeling, make a thought. When we see the chair, we don't need to think about the chair. It's chair is there. But the thing is, what we impose that as a chair in our mind, there is nothing called as a chair. It is a vibration. It is a vibration. So because of the speedy occurrence inside the eye, will give a sense of it is existing even. It is existing, but it is not existing, it's happening. There is no permanent thing there. Because of the speedy occurrence, we can see the image as a chair, can see the images as a wall, as a bed of a father or mother. When we saw the reality, how it happens, the chair would not become real to you. Because before you, at once, my dear friends, the chair would not become real to you. You have to understand the mechanism, how it become real to us. through your sensory organs. It happens. Mind is a vibration. There's no place for it. So I think most of us have heard about this true Dhamma more than 5 years. To understand it, actually, it is not that easy, but you may do not get panic to understand this. When you listen Darshan Samapatti, the Aryanvas is clearly explaining how the mind is creation, step by step. The first thing you have to listen to them very clearly. The way how the sensory organs work and how it forms thoughts. So in this part, Trividya is very essential. So without Trividya, Pubbya Nivasa Jnana, Chutupamata Jnana, Asavakya Jnana. That's the basic, that's the fundamental in this part. Why? Because now we know the chair has become to us because we didn't know the reality because of our ignorance. Therefore, what you should do is you have to go back to your radiant mind. When we are on the cot, actually we didn't know, we cannot remember even, we can't just imagine even because thought has not formed. Thought has not formed, only feel. We can see, we know what it is because the mind no value for the mind. That means no, the thoughts have not formed. That's why. So when you go back to your radiant mind, even the valuable thing gave to you, you don't know what it is. And you touch it. You put it into your mouth because you feel something is there. When a gem gave to you into your hand, you know something is there, but you felt something because to your hand, but you don't know the value of the gem. But it's so valuable in our world. Why? The value has been added by the nature, by the mind. When the value is adding over and over again, the mind becomes so powerful that cannot be stopped. That cannot be stopped. Why? Each and every time the mind becomes so powerful. Because everything we feel is real. When you attach to it more and more, you cannot get rid of your mind. Now just imagine you loved your father and your mother because you grew up with them, but you don't know it's an image, it's a thought. What you see is the image and it is not true. Why? Because we were so much attached to our parents. So much attached to our parents. Without them, when we lose them, we are unable to live. I also had the same trouble. I loved my father very much. When he became older and older, I had a struggle. When my father is away from me, how can I live without my father? Because each and every time I discuss Dhamma and my problems with my father, In my world, in my thoughts, I have given the priority to my father because I have added value the thought of the father. Therefore, I couldn't live. I thought one day he is leaving with me, but I don't know how to survive without my father. I think you may also have the same issue with your loved ones. But when we know the mechanism, the thought of father, how it formed, we can do whatever the things with the father. We can help him, we can talk to him, we can treat him as a loving father, as a loving father. We never refuse our duties to the nation, to our family, to our society. We do because we know the reality, the thoughts, the how the thought of father has formed. So actually, earlier I couldn't do it. I had a burden. After my father's death, I was crying every day. The memory which I had with father came to me day by day. When I was teaching to the students, even at once that memory came. Very hardly I controlled my feeling about my father. Why? The thought of father become real to me. Therefore, I suffered a lot. Even I lost my best friends. Some died. I also had this, I struggle with that thoughts. I'm going to lose my beloved ones. But after hearing this Dhamma, the formation of mind, I could manage those feelings. When the feeling comes, I have to contemplate them, how the mind has formed. I contemplated. I listened many sermons in Buddothpado channel. I talked with the RN master when I have doubts. Oh, RN master, how would that happen? Please explain me. I couldn't understand what it is because it was real to me. Even now also, we haven't not fully awakened to the moment. The moment, awakened to the moment is not a thought, it's a feel. We are not get attached to the mind. We are away from the mind. No one is there. It happens gradually, actually. When you hear this Dhamma, you have to contemplate the formation of your mind, how the thoughts created. Little by little, day by day, you will feel the attachment that you are having for certain things dissolving. Actually, it happens. But no, keep in mind, no one is due to the correct information, correct method. That means the correct Dhamma, true Dhamma sermons, true Dhamma sermons, your attachments, your desires getting fade away. it happens automatically. Little by little, the attachment will fading away. You feel it, but not at once. But it depends on person to person. The time I realized to understand this Dhamma, the time is not the duration that you have to realize. It doesn't matter. Nothing to worry about it. You have to listen. When you are listening day by day, when you have free time, I think, I'm very much sure you can feel some kind of relaxation and your attachments are dissolving. Because it happens, the power of your thoughts dissolving little by little. The power of your mind dissolving little by little. When you lose something, you feel, how would you feel it now? You may cry, you may have some problem, but the power of the thought is not the power that you had earlier. That's what. It happens automatically. Now, when you think of, we had some experiences in your day-to-day life. When you attach, when you get angry, when someone's called you, automatically we respond them. Why you are shouting at me? Sometimes you may scold them. Why? Because we don't know. Actually, it comes. That's the way of our sensory organs. That's you have to understand it. We respond them. But when you realize the words are not true, the sound is not true, the people behind you, in front of you, are not true, just a vibration. The attachment you are having to the outside world dissolving. Actually, this is a fantastic thing in this true Dhamma. But you have to make an effort. When you type the Dhamma very hard, that also will make you in trouble. You do your day-to-day activities leisurely. While you are doing your things, you listen to this Dhamma. Listen to this Dhamma. There are so many sermons in this Dhamma. When you listen, you may feel, yes, that is true. When some fact realize to you, when you listen it again, then yes, the realization comes to a certain level. When you listen to it again, to a certain extent, that realization comes to you. That's how it happens. The realization. The realization is you are automatically, the wisdom will come out within you. After the realization, the little by little, the wisdom will come out within you. Therefore, the Satya Jnana is really important. Krupta Jnana and Krutajnana. Aryanvans is always highlighting this point. You should know Shaktinyani. That is really important in this part. You don't want to worry about this. We can understand this concept. Our advance is telling something important things, but we couldn't understand. Don't worry. One day can understand. I also had the same trouble with Sudhashtakar. I couldn't understand at once what Aranvasi said. I listened this. I listened to it over and over again. Then I came to know what it is, but not fully. Still, we have the ignorance keeping in mind. Don't think we are okay with now. No, there are a lot of things Aranvasi didn't explain us. But in these sermons, we can understand something that is how our mind creation, the sense of creation makes us the world. Due to the ignorance, it became real to us. And why that's why we are suffering, because each and every time thought we have given the value, even from our childhood. From our childhood, we gave added value for our thoughts. Then we get trapped with our thoughts. Because of that, we make up our own world. We are planning the future. We have a lot of plans like that. Why? I never said no, not to have plans, but you have to behind that. When you know the truth, whatever comes, you can face them with ease. You have a courage to face them. Even your loved ones going to lose you, even they have lost from you, you can manage them easily. There's no big struggle. Still, even though I also have some struggle, but you can manage them. Can manage them. To a certain level, we can manage them because still we are not fully awakened. Until we are fully awakened, keep in mind, Mana, Dacha, Avidya is still with us. We have to identify where they are. It's hard actually because we have to think deep in our thoughts. When we expose to the world, to the society, you may get used to this. You can identify where you have burnt, where you have silent. You became silent. And how you could manage with this. Actually, I wanted to pay my gratitude again to Buddothpada and answer because this extreme truth has revealed to the world. So no doubt in this. We are very fortunate to listen to this Dhamma. Why? Because the mechanism of the sensor organs, creations, the how they works, how the mind has formed, how the self-identity has formed, how the concept mean mind has formed. So it takes time. No problem at all. So I think the darshan samapatti sermons are really important to listen. I cannot say others are not important. Each and everything is important. As a beginner, I think in this channel, Buddothpado website, you can go through this earlier sermons. Aaron Vance is clearly and nicely explaining in a simple methods how your world has created. So therefore, you can listen to this Dhamma. As a beginner, you might think, don't say, yes, I understood this. No, there are so many things you have to understand. You don't put right mark. It's wrong. Still, we need, until we are fully awakened to the moment, we need the help of our Buddothpado, our noble teacher, Buddothpado R.N. Master. So, this message I want to give everyone. So, in this channel, I think if someone can listen to this true Dhamma, you will definitely can dissolve your values that you have given to your thoughts, your perceptions, your burnings, your desires, whatever. Because you would understand we are living in a mundane world and it is going as a film and it is not true. So I think most of them are listening this to Dhamma and I want to conclude this moment today. I would like to hand over this session the next person who is doing the sermon. Tero Saranai, everyone. Teruan Saranai, Aaron Master. Teruan Saranai.
Is nobody doing? No, it's a happen. It's automatically happen. You can experience it. You can't do that because who is doing? Somebody is there. There is no non-soul down. Somebody is doing. He is there. No? How is talking about non-soul? That is why. It's an experience. We are understanding the truth. What is the truth? How is creating the lights? How is creating the sounds? How is creating the smell? How is creating the taste? How is these senses are creating? How these senses are creating? This sense creations is your everything. You haven't experienced without sensing. That's it's normally guys, they are in the world. What is this world? happening. It's automatic. You can experience it. You can do that. Because who is doing? Somebody is there. There is no non-soul now. What is doing? They are always talking about non-soul. That's all. It's an experience. We are understanding the truth. What is the truth? How is creating the lights? How is creating the sounds? How is creating the smell? How is creating the taste? How is these senses are creating? How these senses are created? This sense creations. Everything. You haven't experienced without sense. That's normally guys, they are in the world. What is this world? Systematically, it's a, it's a the effort is the senses. The senses given this lights, this type of service. Your eye creation, eye is a sensor. And your sound, your ear creation is a sound also. Otherwise, your taste, smell creation, your nose is like a factory. It's a product. Your nose is a sensor. Yeah, it's a product. The process is there. It's creating. Important this understanding is realizing very important. You know this the final what is the final one? You see the eye creating sound is the eye creating the picture is the product. Is okay. Is the ear creating is the sound is the product. The nose is creating the product. The effort is your systematically it's happening. Nobody's doing smell. So mouth also. It's a tongue given you to taste spice, spicy. Otherwise, your body sensor creating is your feeling is hot and cool, smooth and rough. These five sensor, one time is this present moment is okay. One time is okay. What you are looking is a chair. What is the sound is here? What is the look? What is the pitch eye creating? What is sound eye ear creating? What is this smell and the taste and the body creating? These five senses are creating one time. What is the sound? What is the pitch? That's fine. That's together coming, combining these five senses. The effort is a thought. It's a thought. It's a sixth one. So mind sense. Mind sense is this five senses are creating together. So effort is a thought. It's a mind sense. It's a spark. So one is spark. What is this example is a chair. Chair have you have chair have picture, chair have sound, chair have smell, smooth and rough. This your senses given you to eye given to picture, ear given sound, and body sense given the smooth and rough. You see, the kindergarten time, what's What's the teacher? What's teacher doing? He's given this picture and given sound, and you can touch. Yeah, that's it. That's a thought. So the thinking word, the mindful word. That's why Buddha's word is there. Chitte niyati loko chitte. The meaning is you are living on your sensor, within your sensor. You are living, what is this word? Is your sensor given this word. That's why cause and effect. Dhamma, cause is the sensor, effect is together. No, together coming, the effect is the mind sensor. The five senses together coming, mind sensor is there. Otherwise, especially the thought how is coming the power is very important. That is why science is here inside. It's a mechanism. The speedily sparking happening, that's the mechanism is I creating the light. Because speedily spark vibe is a vibration. Ear drum like that. It's your ear creating. You are new to sound. You know this one spark have the power. Because different in somewhere, the power is there. It's the Buddha's word otherwise. Panchisutra. Yoban Tevi Ditwana Majamantana Lipati Tambru Hi Mahapurusha say the symbol is a part, it's a Buddha's word. What the meaning is that the power is somewhere different in power is there. That is why spark is meaning is different in is there. Spark, you know, that's the power is there. The example is something drop in the water, waves are there. The how is waves are going, the power is there. That is why that's why is waves is happening. That's something drop in the water. That's a spark. No, that's a that's why power is coming. There is a different in somewhere. There's a power is there. North and south like that. There's a earth also uh, like that. Magnetic, no magnet power like that. Different is there. Electric power also, you know, that's the how is coming electric power is rotating the different ends, no? A huge magnet rotating, no? Why we are talking this power? You see this existent field, how is thoughts power is how is thought coming to power? No. You are looking the chair, you have field, chair is existent field, chair is there. How is that coming? That is how you are talking about. Power is there. Because something there, other side is someone is there. The existent field is there, alive field is other side. That is why. Very important this understand. What is this? What is this alive field? How is alive field is coming? Nobody is doing. No one is doing. That's a Tripitaka is there. That's a Sela Sutra. It's a, talk about this. Nahita ngata katam bimba. Nahita parakatanga. You also not doing. Nobody is doing. Systematically is happening. What is? Power is there. Existent field is there. Otherwise, alive field also there. So how is alive field? How is coming? Existent field? Where? So what is existent field? It's a chair. That is right. There's a power is there. You know, there's a power. It's a, after that, kindergarten time, it's happened in this. It's a Buddha's word. Your eye is the world. Your nose is the world. Your ear is the world. Ear given you to sound world. No, I given this picture world. It was this sense given you to this world. Your senses not working. You haven't a sound world because you are deaf. Your eye not working. You are blind. No, you can't see. So like that. This world is our senses. That is Buddha's word. Otherwise, Salata Loco Loco. This senses is your world. That's the meaning. This senses not working, you have a world. That's why. You also not there. Other side is world is you. It's very important. So someone understood this. What happened? What is we are talking about internal transformation? Power is disappearing because you know this is not real. It's a thinking. It's a thinking world. It's not real. After power is fading. That's why defilements are fading. We are talking. That's a Buddha's word. That's the Buddha. But what Buddha want to do? End in the suffering, end in the sadness. It's happening. No. How is this happening? Because you know the truth. Easy, no? Yeah. Dhamma is very easy. Truth is to be feel. Yeah. Truth is not understand, not to understand. Truth is to be feel, but truth won't understand. First, you won't understand. Second, you can feel it. Feel is the truth. Feel is the truth. Knowledge is not the knowledge is the knowledge is in your mind. Yeah, knowledge only the mind. It's not truth. Knowledge can be changing. You can it's not yeah. Lord Buddha, yeah, what's the Lord Buddha want to do? How is liberate the mind? No? That's why it's very important. How to awaken? Yeah, how to awaken this dream? Yeah, yeah. How to feel beyond the sense is very important. Yeah, yeah, it's so. Otherwise, this is a freedom now. How after that is a tranquility. No, it's a peaceful mind. It's coming final. No, yeah, because someone understood the truth. He have a cage because no ego is there. He also not anywhere. Everything is like a nature because he know nobody is here. This is a system. It's a creating. It's a it's very important this understand. That is why inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. Inside meditation is understanding one. That is why dependent origination. Very important to understand. First Dhamma discourses Buddha's one is Dhamma Chakravartana Sutra, is Tripitaka is there. You can realize Buddha's words. What is the Dhamma? Dependent origination. What is never heard before Dhamma? What's Buddha explained, the five teachers? It's not concentration matter because five teachers are already know that. This important thing is experience. I think someone won't find the truth. He's doing concentration meditation. It's okay because he won't experience. After this concentration meditation is not the way. Yeah, it's okay, calm and cool, it's calming, but it's not permanent. It's impermanent. Your posture is a leg cross sitting, and you are doing exhale and inhale, and you are doing concentration meditation. At that time, it's okay. But after you are wake up in the uh, bhavana, what happens? You are in the normal life. You are in the normal life. There's the defilements. Defilements are not. No, defilement is there. How is defilements are fading? How is defilements? Oh, you won't stopping the defilements. How is that happening? Understanding. Understand is the stuff is the very important. But you don't misunderstood. You don't misunderstand because understand only the this process someone want first you got to understand, but it's not the final. Final one is the feel. What's the feel? You are understanding how is this mind is creating, how is this alive feel is coming. After you can experience your inside, is ego is fading. Defilements are fading, same this. That's why your inside coming tranquility is peaceful mind, calm and cool. Because nobody is here, you understand after what's happened is okay. You haven't any inside any pain, inside any vibration, not happening. That's right. Finally you have cool mind. Mind is normally is happening. It's okay. Thoughts are normally coming. You can't stop it. But thought power is disappearing. That's the happening. Understand now. It's very important. Hmm. That's why inside meditation is understanding. But not enough understanding. You want experience. Satyajnana is the truth. Is here. You will understand how is creating these senses, how is forming the life feel, how is thoughts are. Right vision is very important. After you can experience it, that's truth. Buddha's word is Krutajnana. Second one, you can experience it. Nobody, everything is happening systematically. After third one is, that's the effort, tranquility. It's very important this one. Um, Joel, no? Joel. Yes, Joel, do you understand what I say? It's experience.
Yes, sir, thank you. I want to feel it more.
Even you are Christian, no? It's okay, it's no problem. Mm, this Christian or Hindu or Muslim or yeah, it's a it's a religion. It's okay. This is not a religion. This is Joel. Joel, Joel now think you understand. Joel, what's your really problem? What's your really question? Your internal, what is your experience?
My experience is like these days, I am really calm and cool myself. Because before listening to them, I was like getting angry for certain things and getting mad. But after following this, I think
Yes, sir.
uh, I have,
You're angry.
yeah,
How long you are here in this Dhamma?
for I think 1 week.
1 week. Last week? No.
1.5 weeks I've been here. Yeah.
Sir. What you are finding? You are finding truth. What you want?
I mean, like that, just to come out of the mind and live out of the mind. That
Come out,
stuck in the mind.
come out of the mind and what I talking? Come out of the mind and yeah,
Come out of the mind, come
yeah.
out of the senses, and live in the, nice feeling, peaceful feeling.
No, Joel. We are not talking about like that. We are talking liberation of mind. No. Who is come out of the mind? Nobody is here. No. System is working. No. Do you understand what I say? We are explaining. Nobody is here. System is working. Liberation of mind. Freedom of mind. Nobody is come out of the mind because nobody is here. That is the Buddha's explaining. Non-Swadam. System is working, nobody is doing. Minds is also systematically happening. You see, someone concentration meditation is doing. He won't without the thoughts, but he can't stop that because it's happening. No, you understood what I said?
Yes, Narayana.
Yeah, that is why. Otherwise, what is this? What I think this. Uh, what is Christians? I think it's a Jesus. Uh, who's the Father? Who's the Son? Father is a nature, no? Son is a, we are the Son, no? That's a real Christian. Father is a nature. Who's the Son? Son is a, everybody is a Son, no? Because Father is a nature. System is a nature. System is a nature. System is a Father. Who's the Son? Son is everybody's Son. Yeah, who's after give after death? Someone happened death. After where is going? It's a nature now. That's why we are going to Father. So why we is a Christians are is a doing Papa Char is a birdie singer word is Papa Char is opening the everything everybody because inside everything is opening the no secret any inside. That's why nobody is here. That's why it's opening the everything. It's okay. Ego is disappearing after no powers the thoughts. After what happened, that's the nature clause. That's why coming to the Father. That's a real Christian. No, nobody is doing this. Systematically is happening. But Jesus, no Jesus. The it's a beginning. He's a endeavor. No, what's the word is? He's coming to Himal for 14 years age, I think. That's the concentration doing. After going back and he's talking about the truth. What's the truth? Is we are the son. The father is he's the father is who's the father. Father is the nature. That's why we are the sons. So otherwise, loving talking about Jesus. What is the loving? Jesus talking about the loving. Nobody is here. Everybody is same. That is why it's a real loving. is asalwasita premakaram is a singular word. Is Buddha is talking about no, Jesus is talking about loving, loving to everyone. So after I think is the first. I think is this is the I think is the my feel my feel is Jesus talking about the Buddha same Dham truth. Jesus talking about. But people write in the book, various of books. Hindus are talking about the other book, Muslims are talking about the Quran, other book, and the Christians are talking about the other book, and the Buddhist guys also today also write in the book and talking about, but not the book reading here. The nature is the everything. That is the truth, I think. Religion is, I think, it's a fail. 100 years sometimes, sometimes it's okay. Religion is over. I think it's the coming to truth, whole world, because religion is a lie. It's not truth. It's not real because it's a programming. Hindus are talking other programming. Muslims are talking about the other programming. One God they are talking about other one. But Christians are talking about the other program. Buddhist guys also talking about the other program. This is not a program. That is what truth is. No programming. No programming here is a blank sheet like that. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. That is the truth. Someone understood this. How what is this happening here? Is okay. No problem anywhere because nobody is here or nobody is here who's suffering, who's sadness. Nobody is here. No, who have sadness, who have suffering. No suffering, no sadness. That's right. Tranquility is here. The system we want to understand is a system. What is the circle of birth? After death, nothing happen. Anything is not. It's not. It's not a truth. Someone is thinking after that everything is over. Everything is over. Someone's thinking, yeah, we don't want religion. Someone is talking about after death everything is over. I think it's not that's not the truth. You don't know the truth because the science is here. Is a vibration science. We are talking about the uh, how is talking about the waves, vibes here. Vibes is power. Power is over. This circle of birth is also over. But circle of birth is happening because vibe is here. It's like a waves, like a electric waves, like a the satellite waves is a uh, TV waves, radio waves, our phone also waves have like that. Everybody humans we are talking about 800 no 800 million no all world 8 billion no the humans. So they all of them have phones. The meaning is they have the numbers, phone number, individual. The meaning is that's a wave, no? Everyone have a one wave. Everyone have a wave, no? Your number, what is your phone number? Everybody can call you because that's your wave. That's your number. This example is the phone number. But you know what I want to say? Does your mind also like this wave? This wave is systematically is happening. It's like a power. But power is disappearing. Your wave also disappearing. That's your end of the cycle of birth. It's not happening. It's happening to everything. That's all. We are explaining that because we have experience. We know that one is the happening. That's why we are talking about that. We are not talking about the religion because religion is a Latin word. It's a religion after death. You are going somewhere. That's the religion. But Buddha's word is not that type of. Buddha's talking about that after death everything is over because you know the truth. Truth is nobody is here. You understood. Is a power is disappearing. Is over the wave. Wave how the power. That's why. It's not a religion here. It's a truth. The reason is we are talking about Latin word is after death. Where are you going? The question is wrong. Why? Someone understood truth. You are not going anywhere because you are not also here. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. But where is there? Yeah, that is you. That's your circle of birth. Wave is power is gone, wave is disappearing. After you are not anywhere. That's the truth. It's not a religion case. It's a truth. To Dhamma. It's not a Buddhism or anything. It's everybody say. Everybody want to know the truth. Someone don't know the truth is like blind. Otherwise, someone is talking. I don't want religion. I don't want religion. It's okay. You don't want religion. It's okay. But you are something happened to you, fever or something injured or something happened. You don't like to death. You want to still here. Why? You are inside. Why? You want to still here because you are here. You are thinking, someone thinking after death everything is over. He don't know. He's talking. He don't want religion. But something happened to him. He won't. He won't. He don't like to death. He won't still here. But it's not happening. He's in suffering. He's in sadness. Sadness is there. Suffering is there. He's not ending the suffering and sadness. He's worried. That is why the silly mind is very important. This truth, someone understood this. Everything is happening in this present moment. You are thinking something. Future is present moment only the thought. You are remembering something is a history. That's this present moment only the thought. Otherwise, this present moment, one thought is here. Someone understood this. How is these thoughts are coming? That's your mind. No, that's your thoughts. How is coming? It's not real. Sound and firm together coming. That's thoughts. Is power is sparking power. Is a combined is coming this more power. Exists a field. That's I feel. Nobody is here. No one is here. After what happened? You are living only the 1 second. No? This present moment. It's not real. No pain, no anything. That's why I work into the moment. Because this moment is the everything happening. Then like you are wake up in the dream because something is here, something you have is a common history or that's type of talk. That's tuning fork like that. Same spark is here. So today how is coming the chair? When you are baby, is a chair. Now today also chair because it's the same sparks. Tuning fork, same tuning fork. Yeah, same vibrations. No memory or anything. So spark power. Every moment, every second, sparks happen. Only that part. No, no target here, nobody is here. So the experience is we want yeah, we want to see our ego. Someone don't know he have a ego. He don't know how is talking about the nibbana. Ego is disappearing is the nibbana. Everybody have ego. Ego is fading. That's an ego nibbana. What's nibbana? Firing is fading. What's the firing? Is ego. Ego is fading. Is the nibbana. Nothing here. Any nibbana. Nibbana only the word. We are using this word. Fading the difference. Fading the our ego. That's a nibbana experience. Nibbana is nothing, anything. You see, the material Patavi Apo Tejo also vibration, no? That's why the light also waves, no? Sound also waves, no? Heat also waves, no? Hot also waves, no? Everything is waves. The meaning is vibrations, sparking. Speed is a sankara. Is a theory. That's the Dhamma. What is Dhamma? Is for this. How is life feel is coming on? Who are you? How is this world? That someone understood everything is this spark. how much you have value, how much you have, oh, how much you have the, how much you want this world, you have, how much you want this world, that's your ego. That's your level of ego because you are there. So your eye given you to a mountain or sun or moon, everything is your eye creating. And something happened to your eye, is you are blind. No? You think you are first time this world is coming. What's the date? That at that day also you are blind. Have you sun or moon? Have you Earth? Have you galaxy? How silly! You know, insect have the world. Insect have on the Jupiter or anywhere.
Okay, I
Anything.
found this on the web, but do you know how the world? Check it out.
What's that? Circle system is coming in. It's AI, I think. Yes, okay. It's unbelievable. No, this dumb is unbelievable. Well, I know this many guys who were other religion have question because they are talking about they are in somewhere galaxy or universe or somewhere. But this Dhamma is not that. That is why we are not talking about the religion. Religion is why they are talking about religion, because they are going after death somewhere. But this Dhamma is nobody is here. Who's going? This is not a religion. It's true.
And with the feeling there's truth also, you can go to the church, you can light the candles, and you will be with your family, you will be doing everything, and there you are. You're not you. You just do that. The function of the system. That's fine.
You know, otherwise, so we are thinking this this body is me. We are thinking. Death also thoughts. Birth also thought. So only the happening excel and in is wisdom. Nobody is here. What do you think about God?
Yes.
Who have death? Who have birth? No death or birth is here. That is why liberation of the mind. Everything is, you have freedom. You are not in anywhere. That's a real freedom. Everybody is you otherwise, because you are not in here. Everybody is you. That is why Asal was into Premakaram. He's a Christian. Jesus are talking. Jesus, I love in Jesus. Why? I know he's a Buddha guy. Why? He's not a religion. He know the truth. Say why killing the Jesus? Because he is talking about the real. But after writing the book, it's not a Jesus. Real Jesus is truth. He know nature is everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. That is why he's talking of loving kindness is because nobody is here, everybody is him. That is the real, that's the Buddha's word, no? It's the same, no? It's the real. Really, no religion is here. Truth is the everything. I can explain Quran also. I can explain the Hindus also. What is the Brahman? Brahman made this word. Brahman is squirrel, no? Spring. Spring is the Brahman. It's a speed. Spring rotating speed is happening. That's the earth is coming. That's the material also coming. That's the waves, no? It's a Hindus are talking about Brahman. Yeah, it's a Brahman is the made this world. What is the Brahman? It's a nature, no? Who's the God? Who's the Father? It's a nature, no? What is religion? Every religion is fail. One is happening. Is everything is a system. You want to understand the system. What is the system? It's a nature. Is the everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. You won't understand how is coming thoughts. What's your thoughts? It's not real. It's not a Jesu, it's not the Brahman, no, it's not anybody. It's a system. That's the word of real. That is why Buddha talking, nobody is here. As a Dhamma, if someone understood the Dhamma, he knows everything. Dhamma is the first. No? That's a Buddha's word, no, Kokra?
Yes.
Oh, Buddha is not a person. That is why. It's
Yeah,
after
that can be
becoming
misunderstood. Yeah.
yeah, after becoming a Buddha, Upaka asking the question, who are you? Buddha talking about, I'm not a person. Nobody is here. That is why. I'm not a god. Hey, Upaka asking, are you a god? No, I'm not a god. Are you a person? No, I'm not a person. Are you human? No, I'm not a human. Are you a Brahman? No, I'm not a Brahman. Who are you? Nobody is here. That's the Buddha. Buddha is nobody's. Meaning is, Buddha word is, meaning is nobody's here. Jay, that's the real Dham. It's not a religion. I don't know. People in misunderstanding, people in misconception. I don't caring about it. Because I want the truth. I don't want any religion or anything. I want truth. I want telling that this human want truth. We are not a blind. Why we are not? Why we are in the blind? We want to explain the truth. Whole world, every humans. No religion is here. It's a programming. We don't want our program in humans' mind. Why? Human mind, more huge mind is human now. They can't tolerate. That's why they are thinking after death they are going somewhere. Why animal have a religion? No more mind. Feel is only the feel. It's nice feeling, no. What you think about Suranga?
Yes, Saran Mahansa, very beautiful.
Yeah.
And the more and more, I think I remembered Martek Mama Gamanakyanava because even in the Buddha's days,
If you can speak the English. I'm going with me.
so, I mean, even during the Buddha's days, the Prince Nanda also went in search of something. He thought he can gain something, and in the process, he listened to the pure truth and lost
Someone
himself.
knows Suranga. Someone know the pure truth. What is your board? Christian no, Buddha or Hindu or Muslim? No? That's only the board no.
Yes.
On the programming no. Wow, we are silly. No, we are not a silly. We can understand what is happening here. That's okay. Circle of birth is happening, misunderstood. Circle of birth is happening, misconception, guys. No, it's a mithya. Yeah, it's a dusti is there. Its power is there. What is this dusti? It's a
Misconception.
misconception. It's a dusti. Otherwise, the power. It's a wave. That's a circle of birth. That's like a sirasa, like a dharana. It's a waves. It's a radio waves. It's a mindful waves. It's a titaro waves. What is this? The waves. Oh, we can explain. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? It's a power. What is this power? It's a waves. Waves is not stopping. Yeah, it's a body is okay. Collapse is okay. One day it's a death is over. We are talking. Yeah, body is over. Exhale and inhale is the last briefing is here. It's okay. You don't know the truth. His power is there. Because he's thinking this world is real. The power is there. It's a waves. Like a sirana, that's a radio waves like that. They like the phone number like that, no? The wave is not stopping. Yeah, somewhere this is telepathy. It's the same tuning fork like that. It's the same vibe is there. It's okay. It's this one is a body is a collapse. It's okay. Other body is there. It's okay. That's a zygote is there. It's okay. Mom's zygote is there. The vibration is same is there as you. That's the circle of birth. How is this happening? It's a power. How this power is gone? Yeah, it's a vibers. It's a waves. It's a system. This system we can stopping. How? Yeah, power is over. This system is over. Nobody is here. No one is here. It's a waves. How is there? Waves is there. His power is there. You are the power. Power is disappearing. Nobody is here. That's the real dumb. You can experience it. It's a tranquility. Yeah, it's a tranquility. Yeah, endless happiness is here. Why? What is here? It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. You can experience it. It's a wisdom. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka is Buddothpado. It awakened to the Buddha. The Buddha is not a person. It's non-vibration. Yeah, non-vibration is we are talking. Yeah, you can experience it. I'm only the given the message only. You can experience it. You can find the truth. You can find the truth and you can experience. It's okay, you haven't done experience, it's okay, you left this. You leave this. It's okay, no problem. Because why we don't want to cheat anybody. We don't want to tell any lie. This is our experience we are talking about. That's why tranquility is there. You know, chair have power. That's you. You are not in the chair, this body. You are not in the mind. You are in the chair. Outside. Yeah. It's a power. It's an attaching power. How's telling this? Yeah, it's a consciousness. Buddha's talking about apatitita vinyana. This apatitita vinyana is the nibbana. He's talking about the power. Perception have a power. Consciousness have a power. Perception, how is converting the consciousness? Is the speed. Speed is vibration speed. That's why skanda is Buddha's word. Everything is skanda. Is what is this skanda? Is like a quantum theory. Is waves speedily happening. That's why is mirror is that's why is your how is talking about mirage is
Yeah.
yeah illusions. Someone don't know this. Illusion is there. Something is there. Illusion is there. Someone understood this. How is this happening? This like this lighting ball circling the speedily. This circle is there, but not circle is there. But you can circle. How circle you can see? Is speed given you to this price circle. That's the consciousness. How is this combine this lighting ball rotating? Combined. How is this combining? It's a mind. That's why consciousness we are talking. Perception is this perception. How is becoming the consciousness? It's very important. It's a power. One is spark, have a power. It's very important. Majja Sutra. No spark here, no power is here. So power is here, spark also here. Power is disappearing, spark also disappearing. Vibration also disappears. That's why. So power is an existent power, otherwise the life power. The life field is the ego. Ego is disappearing, that's why defilement also disappearing. Same. His power is disappearing. It's the same. It's a zero, it's a power. It's you inside, you are in tranquility. Sometimes outside, rush is there. Many people is there, but you are in alone. What is this? Inside power is like that. Zero. That's the tranquility. That's the Buddha's words. Nibbana. Nobody's here, no one is here. System is one. No being, no living being, nothing exists. Misato Nijio. That's Buddha's final. So okay, I think it's our time is now over, no?
It was so beautiful, Aramans.
Yeah. Because the truth is very beautiful. We can express everything. What is the God talking about? What's the humans are talking about? God? I think it's a I think I realize Joy can because a thousand is Dhamma discourses is their single language. So you can search what I say. What is the 31 worlds? What is the three worlds? Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Trilokanatha, Samma Sambuddha. What is how is Buddha talking about the is the three world meaning? It's not anywhere. It's our mind. Is thought. Haven't power anywhere. That's why so gold also is a our vibration is a not high powerful vibration is here. Is a world is smooth. Is here. Rough world is huge here. Because the vibration is huge. Yeah, power is there. Huge power is there. Ego is more. Ego is there. Mani, Makato, Atimani, Kukuro is a Buddha's word is so power is more than coming after death. You are becoming a monkey, but you more than ego is there. You are becoming not a monkey, a dog. Right? That's right. Dogs, moms, I would have. That's you. Vibration is same. That's why it's vibration every time. It's converting every time. Vibration is uh, various of type of converting. No, that's right. The spark, this vibes, not but same here happening every time. This vibe is changing, happening. That's why this 31 world we are talking about is very important.
දණ්ඩනීති සංග්‍රහයේ 296 වගන්තිය ප්‍රකාරව එල්ල කර තිබූ මිනිමැරීමේ චෝදනාවට වරදකරු බව ප්‍රකාශ කළා. මෙහිදී පැමිණිල්ල වෙනුවෙන් මෙම නඩුව මෙහෙය වූ නියෝජ්‍ය සොලිසිටර් ජෙනරාල් ජනක බණ්ඩාර මහතා
if somebody scolds you, you will afternoon everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 76. When you always apply the truth that nothing exists to every thought, you will not create a liking or dislike to that thought. Even if somebody scolds you, you will immediately be aware that the person does not exist outside, that it is only a thought. You immediately begin to see the truth in everything. It does not matter even if you feel that the person who is scolding you is a bad person, because you know it is only something in your mind and that there is no person outside. Vidarshanaava means the ability to see through the illusion of the mind and to be able to see the truth in every thought. When your practice of Vidarshanaava improves even more, you will realize that all what you see outside are only thoughts. Then you would stop believing in the outside and know that all what you experience as outside are only thoughts. That is called Vidarshanaava. Yathabhuta Jnana means seeing the pure truth in each thought. You know that the outside does not exist. It is only a thought. And you also know that the thought is also alive. Yoniso Manasikara means you are mindful about each thought that arises in your mind, and you are aware that there is no thing or a person in that thought, and you also won't get tricked by thoughts. It is not easy to apply the Yathabhuta Jnana and see the pure truth in each thought. It is like having a war with the thoughts that you receive. The war is with your own mind. It is not an easy task to see the truth in each thought and let go of it. Your I-ness is your demon or your Maya. Attanu dittancha utta machu raja napassati. In the Mogaraja Sutta, the Buddha told Mogaraja that greed to sustain your view of self is the Satan or Maya. Machu Raja Napassati. This means that when you let go of your self-concept, the Satan, which is your mind, will not follow. Everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ශානි. Thank you for reading the 2 pages for us from the book The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We worship Aryan Wahanse, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, and we warmly welcome all of you who have joined this English Zoom discussion, daily discussion from 2:45 to 4 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So we have been talking about the thoughts and the mind for the last several days. What is meant by Vidarshana was described here. It's kind of a piercing and seeing in detail, researching in detail about the thoughts. So Vidarshana is we are trying to analyze a thought and see how it happens and what is the nature of these thoughts. And then it also talks about this so-called outside and inside. Outside is meant by the world, its world. What is meant by world actually? World means that something that we assume to be existing in the form of materials. Also, it was mentioned that there is nothing outside, or the thoughts are all fake. So, if you sort of elaborate a little bit on this part, actually, I mean, what is meant by nothing? There's nothing outside. What's meant by that is actually you can't say there's nothing outside because we don't know what is there outside. We know with our 5 sense faculties, we get some information, some vibration occurs at that level, and something is created in the mind. The ignorance is that we assume that what was created in the mind is exactly outside, existing outside as the outside world, which is not true. There's no way of proving actually, because we know, we have mentioned this earlier also, the different animals will have different types of senses, and depending on the capacity of the senses, something is created for the animals. Even for the human beings, there will be some changes, some differences in the way that the things are created. So therefore, you can't say 100% same thing is being experienced by even the human beings. So what actually we have to realize is that what we assume as a thought is not there outside. You cannot say there's nothing outside. There must be something, but there is no way of finding it out exactly, and it's not something common to all the living beings. And also the word yoniso manasikare was mentioned. That means being mindful and then trying to find the origin of these thoughts. So exactly what we have to understand is that what is created by the sensor level is combined to make the thought. So therefore, now for example, if there is some touch feeling, if there is some hardness felt by the skin, it's interpreted as the chair, or the floor, or the sand on the ground. So the interpretation is the thought, whereas it's just a sensation at the sensor level. So this is the truth that we have to understand, because the thought is something that is created, and if you give a value to this thought, taking it as real, then only the trouble, because then it doesn't stop from that level. There will be defilements, there will be attachment or dislike to that created thing, which is a construct of the mind. So these were the little things that I could elaborate. So maybe we can start our discussion. If there are any questions, we can discuss along that. Thiruvara Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and other Dhamma friends. So we can start the discussion.
Thiruvara Saranai, we worship Paranwanse, and actually we had a beautiful discussion yesterday. With simple English, he went to the extreme level, I think, about this no self Dhamma. It's really beautiful. We can discuss about anything today as well.
Hi, Doctor.
Yes, Stuart.
Yeah, nice to come back to this session. Like yesterday's session was absolutely great because I learned a lot from him, the way he put it, and it was so simple. As a concern, like now in Sri Lanka, the red zones have been, they're going into picketing, and doctors are also not working in the hospital. So for me, when I listen to this and when I see those things, I feel so upset because the patients are going through hell. So how can I see this in a better way?
There's no like seeing things in better way. There's nothing like that. The perception is perception. We don't change the perception. Just what we really understand here is that the self-perception, how we feel self, that's the main focus here. We have perception, this is right, this is wrong. But what happens here is a stimulus only. Because if we are born with some system, we are born with a system, like a human system. So we have all the problems of humans. Definitely. We have a manifestation. This is the world that we are in. So in that we have the parents, we have the, society, so-called society, and the culture, the things are happening. People are dying. People are, babies are born. The thing is that how we feel this film really real is the thing that we are investigating. We're not actually trying to say that this is wrong or this is right, or it's just try and understand how this system works. So the focus is actually to the burning, or to this, how this self-feeling is happening. In that we understand that the actual world, that whatever the sentence you told, this and that, the people are doing this, people are doing that. Actually, people are suffering, yes. And you can feel if a patient is life is, what is life, what is beneath life, what is consciousness, what is underneath consciousness, how is it happening. So this Dhamma is really really in the other side, kind of understanding how this whole thing, how the animal, how that animal is having the consciousness, how that animal is feeling. We know that animals are slaughtered, so that how is the animal feeling? So are we going to change anything, any of these things, or just understand? If you want to see the world, Lord Buddha has told, see through your mind, see the world through your mind. See how your feelings differ in each second. How is it? How the field is also different. How the manifestation is different. At one time, you are actually maybe like a animal, and at one time you might actually maybe like a God. At one time you may be actually like a Brahma. So, but the thing is, whatever the field, whatever the benefit, the family, society, the country, if you talk about the world, you will be shocked. You will be shocked how many, if you read about the war, it's much worse than that. They are trying to find a shelter, they are trying to find some water, they are trying to find some food. But actually, Lord Buddha's Dhamma is not to say that there is nothing like that. You feel everything, yes. But this is about no self Dhamma, how to understand how you feel alive, how you have this suffering, and when we actually feel that, we try to give this asset to whoever who seeks that. So the suffering is here and now. Non-vibration is also here and now. But the projection is the society, the family, the problems, the deaths, the births, the illnesses. So the human definitely will go through all that, 100%. Any one of us. Next day I may be not there, That's how it is. That's how it is. It's just as simple as that. Did you, anyone else can add something as well to Joel's question?
Therwan Saranai, yes, I just thought of adding a small thing because I myself, being a doctor who is practicing in Sri Lanka, in Sri Lanka at the moment. Yes, Joel, I mean, even myself being a doctor, I still feel unhappy or maybe sad about this trade union action, because we know that the people are undergoing difficulties. I mean, if you work out on that sadness, that current or that power that you feel as a heavy feeling within you, is a part of that system, part of that mechanism where I do not have any control. Now, you were saying that how can I control? There's no way of controlling. Actually, even I feel it very strongly. I can feel it as a current or some form of discomfort or heavy thought because it's a part of this system. Now, when I see the pictures or when I hear the news, the same mechanism like yours will continue, and then finally the thought is some sad feeling, sadness. So what you have to understand is that this is not something controllable. This is not something stoppable as long as you do not understand this mechanism. So what actually should happen is that when you understand this mechanism, that there is a current formed at the end, this current is actually the self-feeling or the self-existence or self-perception. What happens is in a person who has this internal transformation, that current is identified more and more, and then the intensity of the current will go down. And at the same time, you can do your maximum to help these people, now patients or whatever, in whatever the circumstances, whatever the situation. I mean, not only this strike, if there is some other incident, without that burn within, the person should be able to help in the maximum possible way. So, as Dr. Kokila explained, there's no way of sort of controlling this system, but if you understand that this is the mechanism, that you didn't invite the sadness, you didn't invite the anger or the irritation when you get this news, it just came up. And not only that, I mean, not only the irritation, along with that, so many other experiences will come along that about the past incidents, all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Doctor, for that explanation. Thank you. I mean, I
Okay.
was like a bit upset about what's happening because we listen to this and we see
Yeah.
these things happening, and something in the mind gets disturbed when you see these things. So I was thinking, in what kind of thing are they doing this, and what are they following up? Being a doctor doing this kind of thing is something hurtful, because so many patients are just dying outside there, and these people are like, let anything happen, we need what we want, and that doesn't make any sense. So that's why I asked that question, why it happened like that. So I think as a normal person, I don't know how to help, but as doctors, if someone could help them, it would be great. Thank you, doc. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Soranka, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think the main thing is understanding now the agitation of seeing that scenario and the event, and how that agitation arises is, I think, when we try to look at it through the true Dhamma or the truth, that is what is trying to be addressed in this. Because, I mean, if we think about it, there can be so many injustices happening, isn't it? All over the world. There are so many instances where children are dying in remote villages, or even in African villages, wherever. So many things happening, even in the States, you see on the news. And you see that only when one turns on the news that we start getting agitated about those things. Right through the day, we are getting about our normal affairs, and those things are not within our spectrum of awareness, isn't it? So how did that suddenly, by actually turning on the TV or taking a newspaper to our hands, suddenly there is this heaviness, this anxiety, this worry, those children, those people, poor patients without medicine. Now, what has to be understood there is when we have understood the way the five senses work well, we know that what is being sensed, all these things are just occurrences through perceptions, right? So if you read the paper and you come across that piece of news, all you see is a bunch of black and white or colors. And it's the colors and the combination of sound that has been attached to those words and letters. So then that is associated, right? You associate the sound to the words and letters. The color and the shape becomes letters, and then the letters become words. How did those even become words? Because going back to our childhood, these have been taught to us. These words have been given meaning to us. And the words about suffering and patient, illness, death, each of those have been given various connotations, isn't it? And then all these have been given values. So if we think about conventional society, then our parents will teach us to become good people with good values. And to say, wherever you are, lend a helping hand to poor people, or lend a helping hand to an old lady on the road. So these things have then gradually taken on a weight and a value of its own. And with that weight and the value attached to it, there has been an identification to that. So we identify ourselves as a person who has good values. We have identify ourselves as a person who is a good worker, who will never allow a patient to go unwatched or ill-treated and so on. But ultimately, these are all perceptions. And I mean, the truth is the thing that one cannot change the world order, because what gets manifested to the senses continues to manifest. That until the last breath is drawn in this human physical body, the senses that have that sense faculties will continue to function. And as long as the sense faculties continue to function, the vibration will happen, the sensations will occur, Joel. The sensation with the eyes, the light will continue to occur. You can't suddenly, by knowing the truth, the light doesn't turn into darkness. The light will still be a light, and the newspaper, when you read it, it doesn't turn into a blank page. You will still read the bad news. When you put the TV on, you will still hear the news about the death, the landslide, the floods, the burning in Australia, the bushfires. Wherever you turn, there is some tragedy, right? The same thing with Sri Lanka. But why is this? Sometimes can you notice that you might feel a little sorry about somebody in Vietnam facing a landslide, but then when you turn into a story from Sri Lanka, you're like more worried and more anxious and more stressed. Now, how did that happen? That also because the perceptions, being born in Sri Lanka and having lived in Sri Lanka, the number of perceptions, the telepathization with all perceptions is greater. And with each perception, the perception also has gained value. Not only when I'm saying value, it doesn't mean happiness. Value in any form, value in the form of stress, worry, and so on. And with each of those, there is an identification of the self. So one thing is the incident becomes true if one is in ignorance, and then the fact that incident is there also becomes true. Now, R.N. Vance explained yesterday this feel of existence, the sense of existence, isn't it? Now there is a hospital, there is a trade union, there is a strike. Now all these are existing, isn't it? Now, take for example, you go to bed tonight or last night, and you slept for roughly 5 hours. So during that 5 hours, were you worried? Was there a jewel?
No.
No. And nothing
That's
happened,
true.
right? It was fine. And then you wake up this morning, and then immediately perceptions flood into the mind.
Yes.
So can we see that these are all coming through the form of perceptions and becoming real the more we think about them as real? And then moment you notice it that the heaviness starts with the thoughts. Moment the thoughts start flowing little by little as you wake up, for example. When I wake up, the first thing I do is I make a beeline to the bathroom. So even before you get off from the bed onto the and go to the bathroom, the thoughts are flooding in, right?
So
And then can you see slowly, slowly this kind of machinery, this flow or the mechanics of the mind starts. But the beauty of the Dhamma, Joel, is that each of the functions of these faculties are considered just functions. There is no one doing it. The trauma, the stress and the worry comes when one considers those perceptions as real. And if the perceptions become real, the hospital, the trade union, the strike, the poor patients in Sri Lanka, the more they are real, the more there is a person here. Those are existing, and then a person here called Joel who knows about the suffering, who knows about how caring for patients really is such a good thing. And you know what happens to patients when they are not given medicine on time. All that becomes real, isn't it? So it is a process. If the perception and the light formation, the sound formation are not understood as mechanics of this vibration that Aryan Master beautifully explained yesterday, that this is just a wave. No one's doing anything. No one's getting about it. There is no Joel here. It's just a process. What happens in this human body is just a process. And if in the night it wasn't there, then it is very, very clear, isn't it? That it is just the thoughts that are bringing the anger, the craving, the worry, and everything. And it is that perception. And the more you shine the light on the fact that these are just a flow of thoughts, and the more you give weight to one thought, can you see that another heap of thoughts come like a tsunami, adding and multiplying and multiplying and multiplying? If one doesn't see the truth in one perception, the happening of this multiplication of thoughts flowing from one to the other at a fast speed, all bringing worry, all bringing stress. You have to stem the flow, and to stem the flow, there is no doer stemming the flow here. All that is seen here is see the perception as to what it is. See that it is a construct of the mind. And when one sees that it is a construct, a combination of those old perceptions arising and becoming a new perception, it is just a fleeting of a thought. And if one considers and understands that it's just a fleeting of a thought, the ability for it to continue to multiply, continue to hit you one after the other diminishes. So that is the way that one can kind of see through the whole aspect of it. But I mean, for all this, understanding the sense faculties, understanding the perception. When you read that book, you said that when you see a book and then you turn your head and you see a chair, right? And then when you turn this side again, you see a table. Now, if you think that the chair, when you turn this side, the table, and then you turn this side again, the chair, if you think that was the same chair, a person who has no access to the Dhamma will think that the chair that was seen earlier is the same chair when you turn your head, right?
So true. Yes.
So, and now the great thing about it is, well, that you have read the book and you have also now done that practice. Now see, now say when we go to sleep and when we get up, somebody will tell us, you don't know what happened whilst you were sleeping. So and so came and made a big commotion here and this and that, right? Now, none of that was true. The world gets constructed only from moment to moment, but the ignorance is such that each living being is in ignorance. So each living being is constructing all this in this false way of the perceptions becoming real. The external world is a reality, and so on and so forth. So then what happens is the 8 hours of blankness where no world was constructed, is automatically filled the following morning by different people coming and telling you, maybe family members saying, oh, in the 8 hours you slept, this thing happened, that thing happened, and so on.
Yeah.
So if one doesn't know the truth, then you believe, as I think Dr. Pokila said, that there is a continuing world outside,
Yeah.
that these things are happening. As you speak, these things are happening. Now, isn't that like such a real feeling that no wonder people kind of get caught into it, isn't it? That is why it's so difficult to be able to see through that. And that is why, Nobel teacher and all these people are so valuable. Because however much it is being taught to us, however much it is being explained, there are people who are listening to it for 3-4 years, Joel. But it is difficult. But it is not impossible, as Dr. Pokila says. So, I mean, just kind of consider a few of these facts and see for yourself, and then gradually one will be able to, gradually what happens is the flow of thoughts and the burden and the heaviness associated with it, as Dr. Sakuntala said, starts to dissipate, because again, we cannot change the conventional world. We still wake up when the sun is shining. We still wake up to the birds chirping. Those things don't change because the true Dhamma has been realized. As long as the sense faculties are functioning, the body is functioning, and all the other senses will also function. So yeah,
And also, if all the people understand this Dhamma and actually feel the no self truth, no one would actually depend on what mind says. They will be acting on how the feel is, and the country will be different. But the problem is, Joel, it's the percentage wise. We can't even give a percentage who really feels this. So the feeling of no self is not easy. It is rare, yes, 100%. And if someone is actually with the feel, their flow of their sensory organs would be handled in such a way that according to the feel. So if they feel like working, they will do the work. If they don't feel like doing something, they might not do it. It doesn't matter. But the mind, when the mind takes over, we have so much things to think about. We have a rat race. We are trying to surpass everyone. We are trying to survive as well. Survival instinct is there in animals too. But other than the survival, humans have a big mind. So in that mind, this story is there. The achievements are there. Usually the animals, they don't much store things for the kids, but the humans, the species of humans, they are different. They work different. They are social animals, so they work different. They think, they plan, they can even go to another country and attack and take over that country. They go on sailing and try to find other empty lands so that they can build and they can expand their monarchy. So the thing is, this thing, if you learn about the past, the human past, if you read about it, the so-called history, you can understand this is a cycle of things happening. The great kings, the great queens, and then after that, the presidents or whatever. It doesn't matter. the story is repeating, story is ongoing, and things are happening, things that the beyond humanity. So at one moment, the human body is there, but even though the human body is there, the actual mind vibration is like an animal. How come? Usually humans are not actually trying to kill the other human. It's not how it is. The animal, the cat will have a notion to kill the rat. That's the perception of food. The cow, in the other hand, cow can see so many rats, but the cow doesn't eat the rat. Cow has a different perception, but cow would love some grass. So this beauty is, if you take an ant and is going everywhere searching for food, and when there is a grain, they carry it with such a courage, isn't it? The science, they can carry so much weight, much more than their own weight. Usually a 70-kilo man can carry 70 kilos or bit more, no, not a lot. Not like 1,000, the man will be crushed. So the species to species, the perceptions are different, but the feel the vibration, that vibration can actually happen even in this human body. So that's what you should understand. So when there is a goal, so imagine there's a gold necklace and someone is in trouble, needing money, and there's a necklace. What is the main thing that would come to that person? Well, if I take this, my problems are over. So that's the perception that they get. Another thing is like you see a loaf of bread and a mother who is hungry and who knows that her child is hungry, is going to the shop, act as she's buying something else and steal the loaf of bread. So which one is good or bad? Which one is bad? Which one is good? Or is this the flow of events which keep happening in a world with ignorance? Because there's so much to achieve. The hunger is a basic feel. So when the hunger is there, but there are instances where you're not even hungry, but you are stealing. So what about other stuff like, well, you're not using substances, but you're selling the substances. How about that? So can we end these problems? Like Joel can be the king and Joel can correct all these things. Is that how it works? It doesn't work like that. Because as soon as you become the king, you have so many other problems to look after because you have to maintain the kingship. So a lot of people actually try to resolve these things in their own way. Even a king of animals, like the head of the monkeys. Usually, head of the monkey is stronger, and he gives the sign for them to either go or not go or things like that. So he makes a mistake. The whole the herd is in trouble. Well, what can the head of that team can do? The big monkey. There's a tsunami that is happening. Tsunami even doesn't count. Well, tsunami doesn't really have the plan, but there are things happening like that, and there are things to happen anyway, like the body is going to decay anyway. Last breath is going to come anyway. You know that. And whether we like it or not, we are going to get some illness anyway. So can we stop that? Well, if we have power, we would try that. Even, powerful people actually put their bodies in very concentrated things, and put in a pyramid, and thinking that maybe my body will do something one day. Or else people will try to keep all the body parts ready if the things go wrong, so that I can survive. Well, has anyone actually do that? No, they can't. So life goes on. So the liberation, you can't liberate from outside, child. That was I was trying to say by telling all this beating around the bush, was trying to say.
Thanks, doctor. Thanks. Yeah, it was a good explanation. Yeah, thanks a lot. It was a good explanation. I was just having a research on this 31 planes that Buddothpado is saying, and how it works. Can you just give me a brief explanation of these 32 planes or 32 things that he says about about the body? What does it mean a lot?
It's not the body, it's a vibration. Sorry, it's a vibration. Don't even think about the body. It's not the body. It's the vibration. It's in one actually this one thought, the vibratory level. We can actually see the 31 levels. So imagine, Joel, I don't know whether you can remember. As soon as you heard this Dhamma, you felt so light. Can you remember? And don't you know that
doctor.
feel, if you can compare that feel, is kind of a divine feel, isn't it? So at that moment, your vibration is different. So that's how it works. But when you are in a agitated state, the vibration is different. So how this frequency changes, the same vibration though, but the frequency of the vibration is different. That is when the 31 planes are. We never actually focus on outside. That's what I'm saying. So you can't really say, oh, I'm a human, just because you have a human body. That's not how it works. In that moment that you felt so light and you were like floating, can you say I'm a human? Actually, it's different. It's different. So you already have felt that difference. So these vibration levels are actually in one thought as well. This may be too much for you, but it's I have to tell that, because you can't misunderstand this, putting that to outside. So as Alamansi said, when someone asks Lord Buddha, who are you? Are you a God? Are you a Brahma? Are you a man? Who are you? He didn't have any explanation, because there's no vibration there. So he said Buddha. So that's how he used that word to say that, because that word was there to use when there is liberation. They used that before. So he used that word. But the meaning is that vibration we talk about is your vibration forever. That vibration, when it is not going to have that power, there is no way that it will vibrate again into any vibration after respiration stops. So that's how it is. But the beauty is, if you want to really see the 31 planes, you see through you. You actually experience it. It's a beauty, but the non-vibration is different. So the non-vibration is not that. It's just that when you feel the outside is not true, you feel some kind of liberation, but actual non-vibration, you don't feel you. It's like you losing you, or you without you, kind of thing. It's actually something you have to feel, and that's what Arana is trying to say, because Buddhist philosophy is not there out there. Actually, it's not out there. It's just, traditional worshipping and stuff there. So the traditional stuff, we actually salute traditional stuff. That's why I told you can go to church, you can go everywhere, you can be with your family, but inside you may be actually surpassing everything that normal humans can even think about. The normal layperson will not even comprehend. So it is different. It is difficult also, but understanding 31 planes is also, again, it is here and now. So whatever the vibration, with what frequency you have is the level.
Yeah. It's like kind of, when you sleep also you're dreaming, and when you're getting up also you're just dreaming.
Kind of, yes,
I just felt
100%.
it like that. Both ways
100%.
you're just dreaming, and it's not true. It's just these five senses are taking into
Yeah, and
Good evening, everyone. Sir. Everybody. We'll start with a new book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 9. Upasikawa Lady. I am speaking from Gampala, Varanasi. May I speak with you, Varanasi? Varanasi, accomplished teacher. May I know where you are speaking from? Upasikawa from Gampala, Varanasi, may I know your question, please? Upasika, Varanasi, for the past 10 years, we have observed, we also listen to various other sermons. For about 3 months, I was able to listen to your sermons on the YouTube channel. Your sermons on the Medmal Arana Buddothpado channel. I learned a lot of new things from your sermons, Varanasi. I must have listened to about 40 to 50 sermons by now. I still have a few problems which I would like to resolve, please. I feel that you have realized the truth, Anand Mahanse. Anand Mahanse, please ask me your questions. Upasikava, I have listened to about 40 to 50 of your talks, and what I would like to know is first, what is Muhatata Avadya, or awakening to the moment? Second, how do you observe the Ajata Bahita, inside, outside? How can one achieve enlightenment from this? Anand Mahanse, did you say that you have listened to about 40 to 50 sermons? Upasikaga, yes, Honorable Sir. Anand Mahanse, you should listen to more sermons than that. May I know how old are you? Upasikaga, I am 63 years old. Anand Mahanse, the two questions you asked me now are about first Muhatata Avadya and the second Ajata Bahita, inside outside. Both questions lead to the same answer. The meaning of Muhata means being awake. Our thoughts are called Nama, Rupa, name and form. The Muhata or movement is covered or clouded by our thoughts. Normally, we always associate with our thoughts. We use thoughts in everything we do and in our speech. An aramuna is a stimulus that comes from one of our six senses. Our six senses are sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind consciousness. When we accept a stimulus or an aramana as a thing, it is called a citta or a thought. A citta means a thought. At every moment, a stimulus, a thought comes to our mind. It immediately disappears. Paramahansa, the thought you have when you see a brick wall will change when you see a book. The thought you have when you see a flower changes when you look at the ground. When you turn your head around to look behind you, a thought would arise and disappear before the next thought arises. Then that thought, Sita, disappears immediately, and another thought arises immediately. If we are able to see just one thought properly, it is as good as seeing all the thoughts that arise. Unfortunately, we are unable to see just one thought properly. At every moment, a thought, a sita arises in your mind. Even if we think of something that happened in the past, we think about it only at this present moment. If we think about the future, we think about it only in this present moment. Therefore, we should understand that there is always only one thought at this moment. That is all. Aran Mahanse, Atitang Nanma Gameya. The past has already gone. Napatikam Anagatam. The future has not yet come. But when we receive a thought of the past, it is a thought at the present moment. Isn't it so? There is nothing except the thought at this present moment. Asikaga. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aaron Mahanse. Now, you know that except for a thought at this present moment, there is no other thought. Nothing else exists. What we are trying to see is to see the one thought that arises in this moment. Later, you would realize that even a thought does not exist and that it is also alive. Let us look at an example to understand what a thought is. Let us say that we see a brick wall in front of us. Then the sita or thought is of the brick wall. The stimulus is the brick wall. Say the chakku vinyan or the seeing consciousness is actually a thought of a book. If the scene is only a thought, then does a book exist outside? The shape and the name of a book was introduced to us or taught to us when we were very small children. When we went to the Montessori, they taught us about colors like red, blue, and yellow. Then we learned that when this shape appears in front of us, we make this particular sound and we call it a book. Did you listen to my sermon explaining about the shapes and sounds? Pasikawa, yes, Honorable Sir. Arad Mahanse, now do you understand that a book is a thought that we have created from a lie? Thought does not have a shape or a sound, and we believe that it exists outside. Therefore, the aramana or the stimulus of a book that you received now is actually a thought. It is a thought that we have created in our mind. The book does not exist outside, does it? Upasikawa, I agree, Aryan Mahatse. Aryan Mahatse, now you understand that what we create in our thought, we believe that it exists outside. That is exactly our illusion. We are being tricked by a lie, a thought. We believe that the Vijnana thought that calls it a book is there for us to see outside, that it exists outside. What you think that comes from outside is a signal. It is a thought. This signal, this thought is what we assume as a book. When we see the shape, we recognize it as a book. The shape is also only a thought. Nam, Rupa means Chitta, Lok, Loka, Maha, Bhutana. Chaturosi Maha Bhutana. Upadaya Rupam Rupa. This means that the four elements that formed a thing, a rupa. Rupa means a shape, actually does not exist. The thing outside does not exist, and the four elements do not exist either. The four elements are the qualities of liquid, warm, or
මේ
cold,
ශානි කරන්නේ ශානි.
air, and solid. A stimulus, a spark formed at the sight sense, makes us believe that there is a shape, a thing outside. The form of a spark is known as a rupanaya. Rupam rupatya abhisankata. The Buddha said that the spark creates an illusory image. Aryan Mahanse, our fault is that whatever we see outside, we believe that it truly exists outside. Therefore, coming back to your second question, Ajat Ahita means the fact that you accept and believe in what you see outside. Ajata means what you think from here, from inside, from this side. You believe that what you think from here or inside exists outside. You have created an inside and an outside. You have created a duality. You have created two ends. But truly, these two sides don't exist. The fact that we believe that there is a book outside is a lie. And there is nothing as a thought of a book either. That is a lie as well. The concept of a book was formed due to a shape, due to a color and a sound. When you were small, you were shown a shape and you were taught a sound by which to call this shape. This shape and sound together was called a book. These two colors and sound together is called chittaya. A chittaya is a thought, a sound signal, and a color signal come together and form a chitta taranga. These two, color and sound together, is called a chitraya. A chitraya is a thought. A sound signal and a color signal come together and form a chitta taranga. If we hear a sound, we remember the shape, and if we see the shape, we remember the sound. It is called a thought. Aaron Mahanse. If somebody mentions the word pineapple, we remember the shape of the pineapple. Isn't that shape and sound a thought? If we tell a foreigner the word annasi, pineapple, he would not understand. Neither he would know the shape for that sound, because he was not taught that word annasi. When he was small, in our mind consciousness, at a very high speed, trillions of sounds and shapes come together and ignite like sparks at all times. These data thoughts turn very fast in a circle, giving us an illusion that thoughts are real and true. We always see the tables and the beds. We do not see the four elements in them. They are all only thoughts. All these sparks that ignite with thoughts, chitta aropana, in the mind consciousness, gives us an illusion that everything exists and that they are real. But is there? There is no outside, but they are only thoughts, data, thoughts that were introduced to us when we were very small. These thoughts rotate so fast, creating an illusion. The ignition of sparks and dying of sparks makes us believe that everything is alive. But does anything exist outside? What we see as the outside is actually all the data that we were taught from the time we were small. It is this data that keeps rotating. For example, we say that if the world has a population of 800 billion, the whole population of 800 billion lives within their own world of thought. not outside. We also say that if we show someone something that is outside, what they both see is what they have inside their own mind, not what is outside. Upasikavan, yes, Honorable Sir, Aryan Mahansi. Therefore, even in our dreams, we see our own thought world. The Buddha said that our thoughts create our world. Chittena niyati loke. We see only thoughts. A sound and color come together and creates a spark, which makes us believe that what is outside is true. The mind consciousness or the mano vinyana makes it a thing and accepts it as a or a table. This continuous firing of sparks and dying of sparks, which happens continuously, renew thoughts in our mind consciousness. When we see dreams, it means that our thoughts are being renewed at all times. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir, Anand Mahanse, because of the six senses, we feel and believe that we are living. We think that all what we see around us exists. That feeling of being alive gives us the illusion of a self. You think that you exist and that you feel. We also believe that the table and the bed in front of me truly exist. The book too exists. Isn't it so? That is the feeling of self, our illusion. We are being tricked. Whatever our thoughts, whatever we think exists, does not exist. We live in a world of thoughts. That is why I say that we live in a world of thoughts. It is like how we watch a story on television, and while we watch it, we create thoughts of raga, attachment and liking, dvesha, ill will, anger, and moha, delusion. Sometimes we form a liking or dislike to the film, but in reality, there are no actors acting inside the screen, or objects or river flowing inside the television screen. It is only a plastic board, and a whole lot of emotions arise only in our mind. The same thing happens in our mind. We believe that the outside is true and create a concussion of emotions created only in our mind consciousness. We create raga, dvesha, and moha within our mind consciousness. And these keep igniting like sparks at every moment. These sparks will always keep igniting as long as we breathe. All these are thoughts. There is nothing as ajat inside or bahit outside. We could also say that there is only one end, which is this end. This end where thoughts are created. But even this end of thought actually does not exist. I hope you understand. A book does not exist. It is only a frequency in sound and a frequency in color that comes together to make a thought wave or a chittaya. Nothing else comes to these six senses except for the color to the seeing, sound to the hearing, a smell to the smell sense, a taste to the taste sense, cold and warm to the touch sense, and thoughts to the mind consciousness. What we feel is the coming together of these sense perceptions. Aran Mahanse, Paticca Samuppanna means the process of coming together of all these senses. It is also known as dependent origination, dependence on causes and conditions. Due to this cycle, we assume that a thing exists. I have explained all these in detail in my sermons. Now I am going to answer your question about how to awaken to the moment. Aaron Mahanse, you do understand that the outside does not exist. The inside, the thoughts, and the me concept too does not exist. The thought that there is a book is only a thought. It cannot be found outside. Neither can you find a book You do understand that the outside does not exist. The inside, the thoughts, and the me concept too does not exist. The thought that there is a book is only a thought. It cannot be found outside. Neither can you find a book physically in your mind consciousness. When you understand this, thoughts lose their value. Thoughts do not mean anything. You stop believing in thoughts. You stop accepting thoughts and you won't get tricked by thoughts. When you stop believing in the outside and understand that an inside also does not exist, the thought loses value. It is not accepted as true. As a result, a thought cannot form at that moment. Vijnanam anidassanam anantan sabbato bhava. This means that a thought ceases to materialize at that moment. The forming of an image with a sound does not take place. It is called Namarupa Uparujjana. Then you realize the truth that there is no outside and there is no self or inside. You come out of the illusion of the mind consciousness. You realize the truth that the book does not exist outside, and neither does it exist in a thought. And we stop giving a value to the book. We know that what we thought does not exist. Then the book that we see is also a thought, and we know that it does not exist. When we do not give any value to a thought, it ceases to exist. Now it does not create a thing. Then we come out of that illusion that a book exists. Animittai Shunyai. There is no thing there. There is no thought, nothingness. There is nothing to experience in that moment. From that moment onwards, you will not give values to what you experience because you have already understood that what you experience is an illusion. We do go about our daily lives as usual, as normal, but we don't have that strong belief that what we see outside truly exists. We are awake to the fact that these thoughts do not exist anywhere either, and that they are all an illusion. We know that the images inside a mirror are not real. They are only images. The same way Even if we see everything in this world, we know that they don't exist. We have a deep insight, avabodha jnana, that what we think does not exist anywhere. Sanchittena nibbitaya means when we have a deep understanding about the truth, we stop believing in thoughts. We go beyond thoughts. That is when we are able to see the pure truth, the moment of awakening. When we have a deep understanding that there is nothing in this world, the awakening to the moment takes place. At this point, you let go of the belief in nama, means thoughts, belief of an insight, and rupa, means image or form, belief that the outside exists. Then the awakening to the moment takes place. In Pali, it is said as Vijnana Anidasana. It is also named as Pache Parijnana, awakening to the moment. At the point of awakening to the moment, this moment does not belong to the concept of time because there aren't any thoughts at this moment. When you are aware that you don't have any thoughts in that moment, let us say that you see a brick wall. At the time you see the brick wall, you are aware that you saw a brick wall. It is just an awareness. A newborn baby has the same awareness about the surroundings, but the baby cannot name them. Therefore, the baby cannot generate thoughts. His mind is pure. His mind can also be called as Prabhashvara Siddha. Even if he sees the brick wall, it does not mean anything to him. He only has an awareness of the brick wall. There aren't any thoughts generated regarding the brick wall. He does not distinguish anything as a bed, a brick wall, or a table. The baby is unable to distinguish anything or even name anything outside. Therefore, a small baby is not able to generate thoughts. The Buddha preaches the following: Skandhana patubhavo, ayatanam patilavo, ayam uchanti jati, jati dhamma sutra. The birth of the eye is your birth. If you see a table and accept it as a thing that really exists outside, that is your birth. That is where the sorrow begins. That is where the attachment, aversion begins. That is where thoughts begin. avidya pachaya sankhara, meaning due to our ignorance, we create thoughts. From that point on, we begin to feel jealousy, revenge, attachments, aversion. Why? Because there are two sides. One side is that we believe we are here, and we believe that the outside world exists. These are two sides, the duality. The truth is, there is nothing outside. The outside is only a thought. You do not meet a thought outside. It is only a meeting of sounds and colors together, coming together of sound, color, smell, taste, and sense of touch causes a spark. The mind or the mano-vinyana is formed due to this spark. That is why we say that a mind does not exist inside a body. Even the awareness of a color does not arise from a mind inside a body. We see because there is a light. In that case, it is a spark that allows the sense of seeing. The mind does not exist inside a body. The mind does not exist anywhere. Now it is clear to us that the awakening to the moment or Muhuttada Avadi is experienced only when you don't have any thoughts. Then Sunday, everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ශානි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody. තෙරුවන් සරණයි my dear Dhamma friends. So before I go into the today's explanation, my explanation about Dhamma, so I'd like to say some few words about this channel which has started today to deliver the pure truth to the entire world in English language. So we have many more Sinhala channels, especially in Buddha. Especially they broadcast the Sinhala Buddothpada sermons. So there are many live Zoom sessions that are being carried out in Sinhala language. But we had only one Zoom session up to date where it delivers Buddothpada Dhamma in the English language. So from today onwards, with the blessings of Buddothpada Arayan Wahansa, so we have started broadcasting Buddothpada sermons in English language through this YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is Buddothpada PeoTV English YouTube channel. So this is a live channel. So we are explaining this Dhamma as much as we feel. So actually, let me brief about myself before I start this session. So I'm 47 years old. I'm a doctor in my profession, so I'm a medical doctor. So I have been listening this Buddothpada for about more than 2.5 years, nearly 2.5 years. So from that, the amount I learned, the amount I realized is very much rather than listening to the sermons which I have been listening for such a long period in my lifetime. So the Buddothpada sermons made some kind of an internal transformation within me. So that is the difference that I observe in my life. So that's why we can say these Buddothpada sermons are so unique. Because we have been listening for the sermons, especially from Buddhists, from bhikkhus, from other bhikkhus. So we tend to listen to those sermons, but after listening, so we get up, from that place, and we go without any kind of a take home message actually. So we have been taught how to stay away from doing harm to the animals. So we have been taught how to keep, how to get on with, how to be on the track in 5 precepts. So actually we thought earlier the Buddhism is all about these precepts. So there are certain set of precepts which can be observed by people who are in the mundane world and who are attaining dhyana and so on. So we thought that is the message that has been given by Lord Buddha. So we tend to do so. So we thought refraining from killing animals is a sin. And we thought if we can stay away from stealing, it is a meritorious thing. So we thought if we do not engage in any kind of mischievous behavior, so it will be a sin. It will be a good thing. So it will add us much more merits. So we thought in that like that way. So we thought Lord Buddha had taught those things. But until the day we listen to Buddothpada's sermons only, we realize that Lord Buddha had told an entirely different thing from that. What Lord Buddha has revealed to the world is the truth. So what is the truth? So we get a question now. So everybody who is listening to this explanation will think for the first time, he or she will think, what is this truth? What is this truth? So truth cannot be two things. There won't be two things for truth. Truth will be one single thing. So what is that truth? Truth is Dhamma, especially Specifically, it is the non-soul Dhamma. There is some kind of a mechanism going on in this entire world, not in the world, not confined to this world, entire universe. There's a system. There's a system. So you have to know the system very well. So system is not confined to only for Buddhists. System is not confined to only the Catholics. System is not confined to only the Muslims or Hindus. System is a system. It is the unique system for the entire world, entire universe. So we have to know that truth. We have to know that system. So someone who can understand this system, he is the one who understands the truth. So truth is truth. It is so unique. There is only one and only truth. So it has been revealed to the world 2500 years back by Lord Buddha. But unfortunately, during past few decades, it has been buried under the sands of time. So now we are lucky to say, we are happy to say, now it has been emerged through these Buddothpada sermons. So you are listening this Dhamma right now, this pure truth right now. So please come, please join with us, please listen, please try to understand, please try to figure it out what the truth is. What is the truth that has been preached, that has been revealed to the world 2500 years back by Lord Buddha? It is the system that is taking place, that is functioning without a self. Lord Buddha has revealed that thing. There is no person here, no living being here. So as such, from the day we born, we thought that there's a person here. This is my mother, this is my father, these are my brothers and sisters. But after listening to this Dhamma, this truth, you will understand you have been cheated for such a long period. You have been deceived. So how we can say, how Lord Buddha said that there is no person here, no doer here, or no living being here? But how he said like that? So if I touch your left hand with the right hand, you feel that someone is touching my left hand. And if you peep into the mirror in your living room, you will see your own reflection through this mirror. So how you deny, how you can say that there is no person here? You can't. But Lord Buddha said 2500 years back, this is the gap that everybody has. We do not know how Lord Buddha said so. Lord Buddha clearly said that there is no person here, no animal being here, no living being here. But unfortunately, you will see your own reflection in your mirror. And you are seeing it right now. You talk with your mother, you talk with your brother, you talk with your own children. You deal with them. So maybe you are a father, maybe you are a mother. So maybe you are a doctor, maybe you are a lawyer. So you have a certain role in this society. So how you can say that there is no person doing all these things? It is very difficult. It is very difficult to realize at once. That's why you need to learn this Dhamma. Dhamma means the system. System means how Buddha explained that there is no person it is. No living being here. So otherwise, if you don't see from that perspective, you won't able to realize this truth. That's why Lord Buddha said, it is very hard to see this truth, my dear colleagues, my dear bhikkhu. It is so hard. If I give an example for that, Buddha said, if you see a rainbow in a blade of grass in one fine morning, so you will be able to see a rainbow within that dew only if you look at in certain angle. That angle is so unique. If you look from up, you will not able to see it. If you look at it from down, you won't be able to see it. You have to find the one precise angle to see through it. So then, of course, you will be able to see the rainbow within that tube. So that is the way Buddha explained for the people to look at this Dhamma. The angle is so unique and so precise and so fine. You have to keep this in mind. If you don't grab this Dhamma from that unique angle, you will miss it. It is not a theory. It is not another kind of a huge lesson. It is a very small lesson, but with a correct or precise angle. So that angle is so important. So back again. So what you are trying to see? You are trying to see the system. What system? How the system that makes you to feel that you are a living being. You are trying to studying a system that make you to feel that you are alive. You are a living being. So, what happens if you learn this? What happens after that? Once you realize that system very well, you will understand for sure that there is no person here. That's why you will be able to understand what Lord Buddha's revealed into the world. That is the way how you will understand what Buddha revealed to the world 2500 years back. First, you have to learn, understand the system very well. Then you will realize there is no such a system as such. Then you will realize there is no such a person who is delivering so many activities, who is conducting so many activities in this society, is completely a lie. It's not true. It is an illusion. So this is the Dhamma in nutshell. This is the entire Dhamma in nutshell. So we have to understand that. So it is not all about the. This is not all about doing meritorious things and keep away from doing sinful things and all these things. What Lord Buddha revealed into the world is the truth. Truth is that there is no living being here. So in the process of understanding this thing, we have to learn certain things. We have to study certain things. So that lesson is very well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma or the Paticcasamuppada Dhamma. That is the Paticcasamuppada. So how this illusionary world got created for you. Paticcasamuppada Dhamma will clearly explain it for you. Cause and effect Dhamma. One will be the causative factor and another one will be a result. So that result will be a cause for another one final result. That's how this circle goes on. So that's why we say Buddhism is so unique. So unlike many religions and philosophical traditions, Buddhism presents a radically different view. It, as I said earlier, it teaches that there is no permanent soul or self. At a glance, we will not be able to pick it up. Yes, it's very difficult to pick it up. That is true. That is true. It is quite reasonable because this illusion had been real for us for many years, many years. So if you say you are a 30-year-old gentleman, so you think that you are a teacher. You think that you are an engineer. Or you may be a plumber. So you think I have been living for such a long period. I have been delivering my services to the society. for such a long period. So that is me. So that is true. Yes. So you can't deny that there is no person here at once. In order to realize that thing, how Lord Buddha say like that? How Lord Buddha says like that there is no soul here, no person here. How did he tell like that 2500 years back? Because he did see through his abhignana all this system, all these phenomena, how this illusion gets created and how it makes you to feel that there is a person within you. Not only the creation of the illusion is capable of giving you the feeling that there is a person within you. That is the most critical part here. We can't say no. We can't say that there is no person within me because I feel those things. I feel the sadness. I feel the joy. I feel someone's feelings. So how can I say that there is no person within me? You can't. You can't. So, but Lord Buddha said, you have been cheated. You are wrong. There is no person here. So, who cheated you? Then comes another question. Who cheated me? You have been cheated by your own senses. What are those senses? What are those senses? You have eyes. It gives you vision. You have ears. It gives you the ability to hear the sounds. So you have a tongue. It gives you different kind of tastes. And you have a skin. So it can perceive a lot of things. Maybe pressure, maybe heat, maybe cold. So, and also you have the mind. You can think. You can think. Even though you do not receive any kind of stimuli from your senses, you can. Sorry. Yeah. You can think without any kind of stimuli. So now you can realize, now you can understand there's another sensor within me. It gives me thoughts. Its function is giving me generating thoughts. For that, we say the mind. So there are basically 6 senses. So Lord Buddha identified those things very well. Those are the 6 layers. Collectively, they get together and cheat you. Then you will think that there is a person within me, there's a person or living being within this body, and I'm behaving like an engineer, doctor, or plumber, or a carpenter. Lord Buddha recognized that thing very well. So those are there are 6 senses. Basically, you can see only 5. So most of the people might miss the mind sensor. It also gives you thoughts. It can generate its own thoughts. So it can make you to feel that you are alive because you have the thinking ability, thinking capacity. You can think on your own. So you think I'm the one who is thinking. This mind belongs to me. So my wife can't think like me. So she thinks in different way. So my thoughts are with me. I know what I am thinking. So it makes you to feel that you are a very different person. So collectively, these sensors collectively make you an identity for you, and collectively make and create an identity for you. This is, you are a doctor, your name is this, your age is this. Collect all these 5 or 6 senses collectively come together, and they create an unique identity for you. Ultimately, what happens? You tend to think, you tend to believe that there is a person who is living here. There is a person who have been born 30 years back, and there is a person who will die after 60s or 70s. Think. Just concentrate on these things. How your senses collectively make you to feel that you are alive. You are a live, living being. So, but we hear the Dhamma that has been preached by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. No permanent soul or self here. There's no permanent soul or self here. What does this really mean? It means that the idea of a separate, enduring being is in essence of an illusion. It is not real. It is a result, a huge magic. So you have been trapped within that magic. You have been seeing this magic from the day you were born. And that magic has been real for you for such a long period. So you don't know that there is this is not the reality even. You don't know the truth. You have been entangled. You have been trapped within that magic. So magic is so so creative. It makes you to feel that you are real. Magic is so much powerful. So you can't even think beyond that. If you try to think about anything, if you start to think about anything, you start thinking through the magic. That's why you are not able to get out of that magic. So you don't realize that, you don't know that you have been trapped in that magic for such a long period. The magic is that much powerful. The illusion that has been created from the magic is very powerful. Normal, mundane people can't get out of it. That's why they are suffering. That's why Lord Buddha was able to get out from the magic, then had the ability to figure out this is the magic that everybody got entangled in. Then he revealed to the world, to the people who have been suffering in that magic, please listen to this Dhamma. You are in an illusion. If you have the capacity, you have this ability. If you are skillful enough, you will be able to get out from that illusion. So if you are skillful enough, you will be able to get out from that illusion. That has been preached by Lord Buddha. If you are only skillful enough. So in order to have that kind of a skill, you have to have some kind of a courage for that. So in order to have a courage for that, you should have some kind of a curious mind, some kind of an internal curiosity to find out what sort of a world that I am living in. So those things have to be there within you. You have to have some kind of a curious mind, curiosity. Then you have to have some kind of a courage. Then you have to have some kind of a build up your own skill to get out from this illusion. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the real world outside the magic. Because the magic that had been created is that much so powerful. The illusion that has been created as a result of the magic is that much powerful. Normal people cannot get out it. Only Kalyana Mitra. Kalyana Mitra means mango friend will say the person who understood the truth has to preach, has to reveal this message to the world. So you may listen it. You have to have some kind of a courage, and you have to build your own skills. Then you can easily get out from that magic, and you will able to escape from that illusion. And then after, where you live in the truth. Someone who will be able to escape from that illusion, he is the one who excel the world. So same thing has been preached to Rohitatta those days in Buddha's era. Rohitatta was a person who, I don't know, person, maybe a monk. Uh, he wanted to find out the end of the world, end of the universe. Then with the magical power that he had, he tried to uh, move from one planet to another, then to another, to find out the end of the universe. Then Lord Buddha saw that. Lord Buddha saw that that he was trying to figure out the world in that way, but he called upon Rohitatta. Rohitatta, Lord Buddha said, Rohitatta, don't try to seek the end of this universe from the outside. This universe lies within you, stays within you. Try to realize yourself, then you will be able to see the end of the world, end of the universe. After realizing it, you will be start dwelling in the truth. That is the end. So that message is very important. There was some so likewise, as I said earlier, this is not very easy to grasp, especially for those of us who come from the ordinary worldly perspectives, where the idea of me feels so real and constant. We tend to feel that I am living. So we have such a feeling that it is constant feeling. So it has been there for such a long period within us. So how can we say no? There is no person here. It is very difficult. We can't say like. So to truly understand this teaching, one must view it from this unique perspective the Dhamma offers. As I told you earlier, so it is not an individual being going through life, but as a process, a system unfolding naturally under specific conditions. When there are specific conditions are gathered together, the system gets created. When there are no required materials, the system will be not there. It is a naturally rolling out system. No one has done it, either not by you. Sela Terania once told, this illusion had not been created by you, not even created by someone else. It is the natural system. So through this Dhamma, what are we trying to understand is the system. How this illusion gets created, what sort of a magic it is. So once you understand there is a magic, there is no such a real thing here. So anyone in this world cannot deceive you anymore. You are the one who excel the world. Anyone in this world cannot cheat you because you know the truth. You know the magic. You understood the magic. You understood the magician. So who creates the magic for you? The senses. Senses in the sense, it is also the system. The system has been realized by every Buddha. This is the key. This is the key to true liberation. Liberation means it is not the liberation from the thought. Thoughts will be there. Mind sensors is working fine. Eyes, you can see everything. You deal with the people. You engage with them. You do your day-to-day life as usual, but you are not incorporated into that, in those things, because you know the truth. You know everything that you are doing is that part of the same illusion. So you know it very well. With that understanding, you can live your ordinary life as usual without making any kind of difference. So I think the system. So this Buddha's teaching, this Buddothpada's teachings have to take not as another kind of what do you call syllabus, right? So this is not a syllabus. Basically, Buddhism, this Dhamma is not a syllabus. So it is not a faith either. So you don't believe, if you don't feel this is correct, you should not tend to believe. You should not believe it. It is not a faith. So what we are expressing, what Lord Buddha is revealed into the world is the truth, pure truth. So every human being has a right to know the truth. Either you are a Buddhist, either you are a Catholic, either you are a Muslim, Hindu, or whatever, the language you belong to, you have a right to know the truth. So Lord Buddha has revealed the truth. Lord Buddha does not belong to the Buddhists. Truth belongs to everybody, not only for the humans, even for the animals, gods, someone who lives in lower realms, maybe hell or somewhere. The truth would be same for them. What is the truth? The system. The system. Once you realize the system, you will realize there is no such a permanent soul or self here. Sabbe Dhamma Anatta. So the Buddha. So Buddha. So every Buddha. So we heard that there are 28 Buddhas so far. So every Buddha had preached the same thing. What is the same thing? Is the Paticcasamuppada. After realizing the Paticcasamuppada only, they could get the true liberation. Otherwise, there is no way out. Paticcasamuppada in the sense the system, how this system works, how this system creates this illusion, the way that the magician creating the delusion. So you have, as a human being, you have certain right to know these things. Otherwise, what is the use of being a human? Even though you live 100 years, 150 years, or 1,000 years, what is the purpose of living without knowing the truth? You have a right. Either you are come from a Buddhist background, either you are come from a Catholic or Hindu background. It doesn't matter. You have a right to know the truth. Then you will realize who you are. What is the purpose of being here? Why am I here? So, for each and every question, through the Buddhism, through the Buddhist philosophy, you have a question, you have an answer for that. That's why we invite you all to be with Buddothpada sermons. Because you will not, in this era, in this present day, you won't find any kind of sermon like this, Buddothpada sermons. Because it tells the pure truth that has been preached by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. Now Buddha is back. Buddha is back. So don't believe these things. Don't believe these things. Just come and have a look. Just come and have a look what we are telling, what Lord Buddha, what Buddothpada Aranvahanse tells to you. Just come with an open mind. Come with a blank sheet of paper. Then you will, at the end of the day, you will draw a nice picture on it. So come with a blank sheet of paper, then you will be able to understand everything what we say here. It is not it is not rocket science. It is not physics. It is not about chemistry. It is not about another kind of a syllabus. It tells the story about yourself. It tells the story about myself. It tells who are you, who am I. It gives answers for everything. So please get together. Please join hand with us. Come and join hand with us. So we can go on a nice journey through this Buddothpada sermons. I know. I'm sure you will get the true liberation very soon. This is not a syllabus. Understanding the system is sufficient for that. Understanding the system is very much sufficient for that. So in order to do so, as we learn ABC at the age of kindergarten, so we need to learn few things. So at the later stages, you will be able to erase all these things. So until that, you have to learn certain things, very small things. So it is not actually teaching. It's not actually a syllabus. It's very unique things. There are certain unique things that you have to learn. So it will stated in the cause and effect Dhamma. So cause and effect Dhamma will brief you how the solution had been taken place. So once you realize this magic, so what is the purpose of getting cheated from that? So you are not anyone cannot cheat you because you know the truth. You know this is a magic. So why am I bothered about that magic? So let the magic to happen. I am anymore not within that magic. But after realizing it, do you mistreat this magic? No. Why you should mistreat this magic? Let it happen. Let it go. Let the magic to happen. So that is the nature. That is the system. So you can't, once you understand, can you change it? No. You can't interfere it either. Because you become the part of that. Because ultimately what will happen, the self will disappear. The self identity will disappear. So ultimately what will happen, you become everything. You become everything. So I think that is enough for today. So we can talk, we can meet tomorrow as well. So I think Mrs. Sudama is waiting there to deliver her sermon. So I will hand over to this. It's a little bit early, but so we can talk further. So there are certain things, as I said, there are certain things that we have to learn, actually not by heart. It is a science. It is a science that it is another kind of science, but it is not very hard. It is very easy. So through the Buddothpado, through the cause and effect Dhamma, so what Lord Buddha revealed to the world is the mechanism, the way that magic gets created. It is a step-by-step process. So there are certain Pali words there. So we don't need to bother about these things that much. These Pali terms, so even you know this or you don't know the Pali terms, it's all right. But if you are able to understand the mechanism only, that is very enough. That is very much enough. That is very sufficient to understand. So through the Paticamuppada, I think once you understand the way it creates the magic, then at the same time you will realize there is no such a creation, no such a permanent creation, because you realize very well it is, you recognize it as a magic for sure. So once you're sure about that thing, so will there be a person here to suffer. No. If the suffering comes along with you, if the person who is suffering is gone, is not there anymore, the suffering will be remain as it is, but the person who is suffering will be gone, because you know the creation of this process. Ultimately, what you will understand, there is no person here. Then who is going to suffer? And there will be no person to suffer. So that is the way how Lord Buddha said, this is the full stop. Understanding this Dhamma is the full stop for your every suffering. The suffering will remain same, but the person will be not there. The person who is suffering will be not there. So that happens gradually to you if you keep on listening this Dhamma. That's why I said at the beginning, these Buddothpada sermons are so unique. You will not get this kind of experience. I'm sure that you haven't got any experience like this. So we can guarantee you, within couple of months, if you keep on listening these sermons, you will tend to realize by yourself. So that's why Lord Buddha said, this Dhamma is not a faith, it is a Sandittika Dhamma. It is a self-evident Dhamma. So you are listening to that kind of a Dhamma. So you are so lucky, set of people. You are so lucky. So please be with us. So we'll meet tomorrow as well. So Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Sudharma. Over to you.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Wahanse. First of all, I pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's feet. And Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi, for doing such a beautiful sermon. So, welcome to the sermon evening. Actually, welcome to the evening Dhamma talk. The topic that we would like to discuss here now is how to become a true Buddhist. So, this has been discussed in the previous sermon also. Actually, I heard how Dr. Ravi was concluding his sermon, his discussion, because ultimately what happens is the self will disappear. Not just the external, but the self on this side will also disappear, and that is the end of all suffering. So, before moving on to this topic, how to become a true Buddhist, let's just think about the plight of the mankind in the current world. So today we know we live in such an interdependent, interconnected world. This has happened due to the advancement of technology, basically. However, the mankind is largely divided due to different factors. Although we live in such an interdependent, interconnected world, mankind is in some way divided, for example, due to nationality, religion, social status, economic status, educational background, cultural background, so on and so forth. Yet, the truth is, actually, this introduction is just about the mundane world. I mean, anyway, we believe that we live in a certain world, so that is how I just set the scene for the sermon. So, the interesting thing is, in this interdependent and interconnected world, no person or no nation can survive on their own. So there is a dire need for people to come together to find solutions to certain global issues. So right now we are talking about millennium goals or the global issues. And it has been clearly stated that no nation can find solutions to these or so-called issues on their own, especially things like environmental issues, climate change, global warming, international terrorism, war and violence, poverty, drug trafficking. The list will go on and on. However, among all these divisions, or with all these divisions, there is one common factor that would bring the entire mankind under one umbrella, or there is one common need as well as a common attribute of the entire mankind. That is nothing but the suffering. The suffering is a common trait of all living beings, and the need to find the cause of suffering. So just like now, actually, that is why I thought of talking about the current scenario of the universe, or basically the globe, because this is the best time to spread the true message of Lord Buddha, because that is the ultimate truth. So if we kind of explore the vast body of English literature and the papers or the scriptures written by various philosophers, they have also tried to find the cause of suffering, and they have also realized that there is suffering. But unfortunately, there was no proper path. This ultimate truth was not available for them at that time. So in such a background, today, the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana is taking place. It's true. It's real. It's not a dream. So, as we all know, Gautama Buddha disclosed Pubbe Ananussutesu Dhammesu, or never heard before Dhamma to the mankind. to the world. So it has been re-emphasized and reawakened through these Buddothpado sermons. The beauty of it is, or the uniqueness of them is, there are more than 10,000 sermons freely available on digital platform, I mean websites. They are freely available, and the complex Dhamma discourses written in Pali, in Buddhist scriptures, are explained in simple both Sinhalese and English languages, with certain metaphors and similes appealing to the 21st century generation, or can be comprehended by people who live in the current world. So it is important to talk about religions. I mean, it's worth mentioning. The role of religion is very important for the survival of mankind. I mean, not to end the suffering. It is because of the religions, always it's good to be religious than being non-religious. It is because of all these religions, like even Christianity, Islam, then Hinduism, and this conventional traditional Buddhism, that people were able to lead peaceful or civilized lives, in other words. But is that the true message of Lord Buddha? To live peacefully in an existing world and to leave the world one day with the so-called death. If we practice Buddhism in that way, sadly, there is no difference between Buddhism and other religions. Because the person who practices religion in an existing world is there, and that person involved in a variety of meritorious activities, maybe observing SIL, making donations, organizing maybe processions, religious processions, organizing alms givings, involving in concentration meditation, building temples, doing all sorts of meritorious activities. So they are being done by people who belong to other religious groups also. That's good. It's good to do them, of course, to relieve the sufferings of people who believe that they survive in this world that exists, that is so real to them, so true to them. But the problem is that is not the true message of Gautama Buddha Sasana or the real Buddhist philosophy. If someone makes the world real, to that extent, the person, the notion of self is there. The duality is there. A good person who involves in those good deeds live in a world that exists with the belief that after the death, I'll be able to secure a place in a higher realm, maybe in the heaven, or maybe in some another higher realm, like Brahma realms, or heaven, or maybe with the intention of coming back to the human plane. So that is not what is expected from a true Buddhist, because the Buddhist philosophy simply means the fact that there is no external reality, neither a self. There is no external reality, neither a self. So, just because someone is born to a Buddhist family, if actually in Sri Lankan culture, when a child is born to a Buddhist family, on the certificate, their religion is mentioned as Buddhist. So just because that label is there, does someone become a true Buddhist? Of course not. To become a true Buddhist, one must understand and realize the cessation of birth, or Bhava Nirodha. Here it's worth mentioning the definition given to birth by Gautama Buddha. Monks, the birth is the birth of the eye. This equally applies to all other sensory organs: ear, nose, tongue, body, and the mind. In Buddha Sasana, Gautama Buddha Sasana, the birth is the birth of these sensory faculties. If someone believes the projections of sensory organs as real, that person is in the ground of wrong view. In the ground of wrong view, or mithya drushti bhumi, everything is real. Realizing that this world is merely an instantaneous projection of the sensory faculties is the only way to move on to the ground of right view. As long as someone believes that they live in an existing world, or the outside is real, they belong to the wrong view. They cannot be called true Buddhists. In other words, if you perceive the wall you see as real, if you perceive the sound you hear as the crow's sound, or the sound of a vehicle, or if you perceive the smell, if you perceive the smell perceived by the nose as the fragrance of the jasmine flower, you are in the wrong view or the ground of wrong view. Or in other words, you are no longer a true Buddhist. Maybe the identification is there in the birth certificate as a Buddhist. But this definition of being a Buddhist goes beyond that label. So now let's pay attention to like how we practice to understand how we as Buddhists practiced Buddhist philosophy traditionally. Actually, we can't say it's the Buddhist philosophy even. What our parents, what our grandparents introduced to us as Buddhist philosophy. What did we do? From our childhood, we went to Dhamma schools. And we involved in all the good deeds. And we were molded to become very just, we can say just, good characters. But the self-perception, the notion of self was there strongly. We involved in a lot of amisa pujas, in other words, made offerings to monks, helped all the kind of needy people. All of those are good. One should do them. But that will not contribute in any way to end the sufferings or to end this scary cycle of life and death. So what is the path recommended for someone to end the suffering? There is a very clear path. There is a very clear path. An ordinary person deeply attached to the mundane world perceives the external world as real. And he believes it is he who sees, eats, works, and performs all actions. So what happens? This identification entangles him in worldly affairs because he feels both the external world and his inner experiences are truly his own. That ownership is there. As long as this belief persists, suffering, sadness, worry, repentance are inevitable. And this is the nature of the mundane mindset. But when such a person begins to listen to true Dhamma, a natural transformation starts. Through this exposure to true Dhamma, the person develops listening wisdom or Srutamaya Jnana, certain wisdom. Actually, it is a deeper capacity to understand beyond appearances. So such a person, one who possesses Satya Jnana, will not be deceived by these stimuli. So if I take the same example, the person will still see the ball, but it will not be real to that person. In the previous sermon also, it was very well explained and emphasized that how this stimulus will not become true to such a person, and when the power of that stimulus diminishes, how the self vibration, self perception also goes down. Still, the person will eat pineapples. Certain formations may appear in front of the eyes. As long as the eye functions, seeing is inevitable. As long as the ear functions, hearing is inevitable. As long as the body receptors function, feeling is inevitable. As long as the tongue receptors function, tasting is inevitable. So as long as this olfactory sensation, the nose receptors function, smelling is inevitable. As long as the mind sensor functions, occurrence of thoughts is inevitable. But what happens then? There is no difference. No, there is a big difference. But that person, there won't be a person to entertain or to savor, in other words, the sensory inputs. And the duality won't be there. Here they are, inside, outside. The duality will not arise. Only that experience, say, will be there because it's nature. It's a natural phenomenon. If the eye functions, certain formations will arise, just like the images or reflections falls on the mirror, or the camera captures certain shapes or certain images. But that excitation won't be there. The power, in other words, the power will diminish. The illusion, actually all these projections of the sensory faculties are taken for granted as things due to ignorance. So we have to discuss it further to understand how the sound and color, or sound and shape, or sound and form come together to make them as real entities. So in today's sermon, basically what I want to highlight or emphasize is that one should listen to the truth as often as possible. Again, I mention here that there are more than 10,000 sermons completed by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. These sermons are categorized according to their complexity. They are freely available in the Buddothpado website. So this Shrutamaya Jnana is not a difficult goal for anyone who has a passion to discover the truth, experience the truth. And these 24-hour English Zoom will operate daily. So whenever there is a possibility, you can listen to them. You will hear the voice of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse from a number of followers of Buddothpado sermons. We do this under the constant guidance of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse to contribute in some small way to spread this beautiful message which has become self-evident to us. And that's why we are confidently sharing this beautiful message with every one of you. So going back to the discussion, so through this exposure to true Dhamma, he develops listening wisdom, I mentioned. Gradually, he realizes that there is nothing objectively existing outside. That is, in other words, the person may not get deceived by the stimuli, and therefore no fixed self to experience it. On the other side, there is no person to experience them, no duality. He also comes to understand that there is nothing inherent in a thought either, the emptiness of thought. So I take this opportunity to discuss a bit about the creation of the thought. Actually, are the thoughts real? Since I mentioned the sensory faculties before, and Buddha's word also, monks, the birth is the birth of the eye. Let's take the eye faculty to understand how a certain thought is formed in relation to the eye. So if actually here the eye is not the physical eye, it is the process of seeing. However, physical eye is also important for this process of seeing. If the physical eye functions properly, if there is no any defect, the moment the eye is open, certain vibrations occur, and the what you objectify as outside world are also just vibrations. No different, no no what you think they are. Now, when a certain formation happens, you think it is a tree, but actually it is important to investigate whether we see a tree or whether we see that formation is a tree. That's what we are going to do now. Lord Buddha never talked about nothingness, or he didn't say that Buddhist philosophy never emphasizes that there is nothing outside or there is no one here. What is emphasized in Buddhist philosophy is the external world appears only when certain causes and conditions are present, and it disappears when those causes cease. So we should not go for misinterpretations when we say there is neither the external world is real nor the self, on the other hand, is there. People might go for misinterpretations, thinking that then what is this? What is there are certain formations? Why? How can you say? So we will. They might misunderstand as Buddhism, true Buddhism, as certain extreme kind of extremist philosophy. No, it is not. This is so scientific. This is self-evident. I re-emphasize what one should understand is that the external world appears only when certain causes and conditions are present. Now, what are these causes and conditions? That's nothing but the speedy occurrence of vibrations with similar frequencies. When someone opens the eye, the physical eye, there are certain vibrations. It's a natural phenomenon because all entities are made up of vibrations or energies, in other words. So it is so scientific that the vibrations of opposing charges come together and create, when the positive and negative charges meet up, they automatically create some power. And here it's worth mentioning the example of the tuning fork, which is widely used by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse to explain how the stimuli occur in relation to all sensory faculties. So what happens is the vibrations of similar frequencies synchronize, and when they come together, certain power is generated, certain formations occur. But now we are talking about an experience of an adult. So if we think about the child in the cot or an infant, that experience is different. Now in this segment, I'm going to talk about the thought creation of how a thought is created in relation to an experience of an adult. So when these vibrations of similar frequencies come together or spark rapidly, certain formations occur. And now what happens is the sensory inputs of nose, body, tongue, ear, all vibrate together, and mind sensor identifies that formation with a certain sound. For example, if the eye vibrations created the formation of a certain formation, let's say a tree, it is not the eye that perceives it as a tree. It is the mind sensor in the second round actually, which happens in no time. We cannot find a time gap between these two cycles, although it is said as Vattang Vattati. The moment the eye sensor works, all sensory inputs associated with that particular sensory experience. Now let's say a tree, the hardness of the tree trunk, or the softness of the leaves, or the softness of the flowers, the tree, all data. And if the person has smelled the tree, that data related taken from the nose previously, and then the sound tree, which was introduced in the early childhood, the tree, and then if as a child the one has licked the tree trunk, that taste all come together in no time and end up creating a solid image of a tree. And if someone doesn't know this process, this mechanism, it becomes a real tree to the perceiver. And not only that, I explained that when the vibrations of opposing charges come together, it naturally generates some power. That power itself is the self vibration, the notion of self. To that, that level of power decides the strength of the self perception. So instantaneously the tree becomes real and the I arises. Not only that, the moment it becomes, the perception becomes real, certain value is assigned to that perception. There is a subtle need to maintain it, as well as there is a subtle knowing that it is there. The tree is there. So this is a very complex, in a way, this is a very complex phenomenon that we are trying to explain. If you are listening to these sermons for the first time, we highly recommend you to listen to the sermons done by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse himself. He has done a lot of sermons about thought creation in English medium also. And actually, we invite you to talk to other Dhamma friends, because these sermons, Zoom platform operates all 24 hours and anyone can come and directly talk and ask explanations, ask for further explanation. And also from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Sri Lankan time daily, there is a group discussion. So there you can get the opportunity to talk to very senior practitioners of this insight meditation. And Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse himself will be addressing your issues personally. So make use of all these opportunities available to understand this beautiful true message of Lord Buddha. And then you realize who a true Buddhist is. Is it just the label on the birth certificate? Does it have something to do with your parents being Buddhists? Or is it something to do with you being born in a Buddhist country? You will find the answer. It is something to be realized. It is not something to be found at a kind of physical level. It is something to be realized. So if you understand this mechanism, this science, what happens is you understand the deceitful nature of the mind consciousness. Even Lord Buddha compared the mind consciousness to a magician. We also call it is the illusory consciousness that objectifies an unreal world for an ignorant person. So when you listen to sermons, when you know how the magic is performed, you will not be deceived. With that, the power, the mind power, the power automatically automatically gets generated in each stimulus, in each thought, gradually diminishes. And that itself is the dissolving of the self-perception. So that is the only way to end the suffering. So if we discuss further, that this unique realization of non-self is attained only through wisdom of truth, Satya Jnana, that is, by listening to sermons. Buddha revealed the Dhamma as Ubbe Ananussutesu Dhammesu, a teaching never heard before. Because before the Buddha's birth itself, there were a lot of people who had attained jhana status or deep meditative absorptions, like first meditative absorption, Prathama Dhyana, second meditative absorption, Dvitiya Dhyana, then there are 4 kinds of jhanas, 4 levels of that happens as a result of concentration meditation. So actually, it is sad that after somebody practicing concentration meditation for many years to be called as a wrong viewer. But it is so. There is no big difference between someone who has performed a lot of meritorious deeds like building temples, making a lot of donations, and someone who practiced mere concentration meditation for many. What happens is mere practicing concentration meditation is like keeping a rubber ball underwater by applying some pressure on it. The moment you just let it go, it comes up. Similarly, the self vibration or the self perception or the notion of self will disappear or will not manifest as long as you involve in concentration meditation. The moment you come back to the normal life, the self view arises. You cannot get rid of the self view. As long as you feel that everything happens to you, that you experience it, the unknowingly you feel actually, even though you know as knowledge there is no self, you feel that as if everything happens to me. So if the self view is there, definitely that is the wrong view. So this true Dhamma is something to be realized. And there is a beautiful practical path after listening to true Dhamma. There is a beautiful practical path which comprises of 4 steps to experience what you heard in the sermons. This non-self experience can be actually tried out for a little while. Even somebody participates in the practical program for one day. So once you experience all these kind Dhamma, this truth actually, don't need to say Dhamma points, truth, it will become self-evident to you, and gradually the internal transformation happens. It's not that you are trying to get rid of self-perception, or you are trying to trying not to be deceived by illusory mind consciousness. When you understand the true message of Buddha, just wait. Just wait. You don't need to do anything. Just know it and be normal. Everything will happen naturally. The wisdom arises, and there is the noble friend is there, and talk to him. Our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, as I mentioned before, is available in Zoom platform. Anybody can. He's actually so humble, and his only intention is to help people to understand the true message. So the guidance of the noble friend is essential. It has been highlighted by Buddha himself, listening to sermons and associating with the guidance of noble friend are essential components, essential, actually must-dos. They are must-dos in this, for someone in this path. So actually, if we go back to the Jataka stories, I would like to quote from several Jataka stories. Now, if you have heard about Queen Mallika, why was Queen Mallika, who performed the highest acts of charity, born in the hell, the lowest realm? And why was Emperor Ashoka, who built 84,000 temples and pagodas, born in such a low realm, to suffer? The answer lies in the fact that they did not follow the practical path, nor did they possess wisdom of truth. It was Queen Mallika who performed all good deeds. It was Emperor Ashoka who built 84,000 temples. The self-view was strong. How can they end the sufferings when the strong self-perception was there? This can certainly happen to any of us.
ඔබ දන්නවාද රළු කෙඳි තියෙන
How then can we ensure our safety in the cycle of birth and death? Every Buddhist should diligently follow the correct practical path to Nibbana. The Buddhist community today is often misled and obscured by myths and blind faith. So, the topic that I touched today was how to become a true Buddhist. I want to emphasize the fact that just because someone is born to a Buddhist family, he or she does not become a true Buddhist. To become a true Buddhist, one must understand and realize the cessation of birth or bhava nirodha. That can only be achieved through understanding the true mechanism of stimulus experienced by the 6 sensory faculties. If someone fails to realize this, the external world, which is merely a projection of the sensory faculties, appears real to them, and such a person cannot be considered a true Buddhist. So, finally, I invite all of you to listen to true Dhamma and to understand this Buddhist philosophy is not just a religion, it's a science, it's a philosophy. It transcends all boundaries as nationalities, religions, economic status, educational background, cultural background. It is for the entire mankind to relieve the sufferings. So I once again pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. Over to Dr. Chandani. Teruvan Saranai.